You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Hey, welcome to Bassmaster Live, and welcome to the state of Alabama as the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series swings into its second event of 2026. And we are staying here, just stay at the state of Alabama, just 3 hours away from where we were last week. Fantastic Lake Guntersville, everything you could ask for it to be, and a very different sort of look, and a very different sort of layout to a lake this time around. The second time only that the Bassmaster Elite Series has been to Lake Martin. Everyone's heard of Lake Martin. Not everyone's been there. Everyone studied Guntersville through the years. Not everyone has studied Lake Martin, and we're going to study it real hard for you today, and we're going to use some of the best tools you could have to unlock a lake, so to speak, and that's the 101 anglers of the Bassmaster Elite Series. They are out there. Got some scenes from takeoff, which is going on right now, starting with our live coverage today. So it'll be a little bit before these anglers get out there, get set up on the water. We'll be in the boat all day long with 6 anglers. We'll probably have some good bonus coverage for you on the way today. That's a new feature here for 2026, and we really think that's going to pay off in a big way. We saw a lot of interesting stuff there. Who is going to take over the lead this time in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year? That's going to get started today. That race progresses. Hank Cherry, our winner last week, is the man on top, and what a fantastic, fantastic tournament we had at Lake Guntersville. We'll be back to take a look at all of our cast members who are here, but we're going to get started going out on the water before takeoff and start with Steve Kennedy from Alabama.
So we're here at Lake Martin, what I consider home waters. I don't actually live here, live in Auburn about 30, 40 miles away, and we have a cabin here, so I've been coming here my whole life. I mean, since I was a little bitty kid, especially in the wintertime. So Thanksgiving, Christmas, it's probably some of the best fishing you'll ever experience. 100 a day is average type deal. Just so much fun. But they're this big. They're a pound and a halfer. So if you want to win a tournament here, you got to catch fish bigger than that. So the question is, do you play the numbers game? Do you go head hunting, go looking for big largemouth, or do you go down in the clear water and actually hunt bigger spotty bass? And so yeah, there's a lot of options in play right here, and you know, it's always a struggle. You'll see it. I promise you'll see it today. My head's spinning about what do I need to do.
I feel good about it, man. It's a home lake, and it's a lake that can be stingy, but it can be real good. So I'm looking forward to it. A little post front kind of deal going on, so I really don't know how they're going to act. Most of my bigger bites been coming later in the day, and I think that's going to be the same case today. So anything that we catch above 2 pounds before 12 o'clock, that's a bonus. So we're just going to go out here and dab around. I ain't really much of a minnow top kind of guy, and I've got a bunch of brush piles down here, and I'm gonna run a lot of other stuff, but I'm gonna start out cranking this morning and go from there. So I'm looking forward to it.
All right, we got day 1 at Lake Martin. I'm really excited. We're catching spotted bass, and I'm comfortable, you know, doing what we're doing. So the game plan: run all the way down the lake to Kalijah Creek, and hopefully end up with double digits. I think you're going to need somewhere in that 10, 10 and a half, 11 a day to probably make the cut. We fished an open here 2 years ago, and the weights were not very high, but I feel like it's fishing a lot better this time. So we got a bunch of spinning rods rigged up. We're going to go down there, fish a bunch of stumps, brush, docks, suspended fish, all kinds of high percentage spots. And if it goes according to plan, we should catch a bunch of fish. We just got to run into some of the right quality, and I think that'll kind of be the deal for the whole field. So I'm excited.
Some thoughts before the takeoff. A couple of Alabama guys very familiar with this place. Will Davis Jr. and Steve Kennedy, and Emil Wagner from the neighboring state of Georgia, and specifically Lake Lanier, which Davey Height, you could compare those two lakes. Very, a lot of things in common between the two lakes.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially the older Lake Lanier had a lot of smaller spotted bass back in the day. 8, 9, 10 pounds a day was a good limit of spotted bass on Lake Lanier. They've gotten a lot bigger since blueback herring have populated Lake Lanier, but we expect to see good things from Emil Wagner, obviously Steve Kennedy, and Will Davis Jr. Here's I'm gonna apologize in advance because I'm going to say this many times over the next 4 days. everything, it matters where you are and the mindset that you have. You leave Lake Guntersville where you know you've got to catch big fish. You've got to catch 4 to 6 pounders like Hank Cherry and others did. But here, it's all relative. You've just got to catch a little bigger fish than the rest of the field.
That's
Someone's going to hold a very similar blue trophy that Hank Cherry held up last week. Someone is going to receive $100,000. Someone is going to get the maximum amount of points towards Angler of the Year. Why not it be you? Get in the right frame of mind and go catch 2 to 3 pounders.
That's a way to coach them up there, Dave. That's a good attitude to have going into this one. We take a look at these shots of the lake, Ronnie Moore, and we talked about this in advance of the tournament here. It's going to be 7 feet below normal pool right now. This is the winter pool.
So winter pool is 7 feet lower than summer pool. This is pretty normal for these fish, though. It hasn't fluctuated much. When it comes up just a little bit, it goes right back down, just like we talked about Guntersville with the water coming in and the water going out. So 7 feet low for these anglers this week, which means some of the docks, not all the docks will be in the water, but some of them will, which makes those docks that are in the water even more high percentage. When you see one sticking out, maybe there's 10 in a row and 3 are in the water, those 3 may have more fish on them than the brush piles around, because that's the prevailing cover. So excited about that aspect for the shallow guys.
Guys, something else we're going to be talking about today is this is the first tournament of the year for the Elite Series, in which we will have front-facing sonar, live sonar, available to our anglers. About half our tournaments have it, half don't. Sort of a compromise to accommodate everyone who prefers one over the other. But we're going to see how it works out here. I think we've all got notions about how it might work out.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be honest with yourself, whether you like the forward-facing technology or not. There are a lot of people that do, and there are a lot of people that don't. So last week we didn't have it, this week we do. There's a lot of our fans, our viewers, that want to see these anglers use that technology so they can get better at it. Welcome to our program.
Welcome to our program, absolutely. Now, there's only been one time that the Elite Series has visited Lake Martin here. That was 2018, Takahiro Mori. Caught about a 15-pound average to win on that one, basically with one cast. But some of these anglers have experience from the 2024 Bassmaster Open. It was originally scheduled for Hartwell. The effects of Helene, that big storm, moved the tournament over here. So a lot of them got some good experience here, including Emil Wagner.
Yeah, not only was it some Elite Series anglers jumping in this, but this was the final event of the 2024 Open season. So the top 10 in points, or the top 9 in points that qualify for the Elites were in this. I think there was even some Elite Series anglers like Will Davis wanting to fish close to home and get in on this action. And so we got to see a really fun fall tournament with top water in play, also with deep spotted bass, some brush piles and docks played. We got to see the whole Lake Martin aspect.
All right. Well, glad you're with us this morning to start 4 days of fishing on Lake Martin. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios. I'm Tommy Sanders, of course, Ronnie Moore right here. Davey Hyde, Mike Such-Sukon. We're going to be here for about 7 hours. Us and our friends Dave Mercer, Kyle Jesse on the ground there at Lake Martin. It should be a big, entertaining day. That's one thing that Steve said, that we're going to catch a lot of fish today. Yeah.
That's always fun when we're working here behind the desk, or if you're watching at home, being able to see these anglers catch fish. And honestly, Lake Guntersville is a top 5 destination for big fish in this country, but not everyone gets to go to places like Guntersville, unfortunately, especially every day when they're able to go fishing. This is a place that's very realistic to a lot of our viewers.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Ronnie?
Well, when you think about the Sabine River, Winyah Bay, places like that are notoriously tough or low weight, a 4-pounder means as much as an 8 or 9 or 10-pounder at Guntersville. So we're going to see a lot of guys in the top 10. One fish, 1 4-pounder can put them in the lead. And so no one's going to be out of this if you're in that top 10 going into the final day for sure.
Such, I know you've been putting some numbers to those expectations. What have you come up with?
Well, last time we were here, Bobby Bakewell won with 12 pounds a day. His big was a 410. The average fish was about 1 3/4 pounds. Expect to see limits this week smaller than the Guntersville Phoenix Boats Big Bass. Cooper Gallant's 8.4 and Hank Cherry's 27.11 final day Crush City Monster Bag. That may be leading after 2 days. That may get you into day 4 with the 3-day cut.
All you got to do is just dial your expectations in. We'll get it dialed in as we go through it. And one of the delights of last week at Lake Guntersville was the unexpected things which happened there, including the baits that were used to win the tournament. Are we going to see any surprises? Somebody going to come up with something that kind of makes our makes our head spin a little bit.
So this place is loaded with spotted bass. The thing that might surprise me that I've actually thought of could happen here, someone actually target just largemouth. They're not going to catch 100 a day like Steve Kennedy said. They might not catch 10 a day. In a lot of cases, might not catch their 5-fish limit. But how awesome would it be if someone targets largemouth, does not use the forward-facing technology in the first event of the year that you can use it, and wins this event? I noticed a bubblegum worm being tied on.
Oh, what?
Come on. Last week, a 3-inch chartreuse screw. Why not a bubblegum worm?
Other than John Cox, you mean, Davey?
Yeah.
Here's one of the anglers we'll be in the boat with today, Russ Lane. And we are live.
Russ has a lot of experience here. Looking forward to being with him today.
I'm just starting on a little stretch where this time of year I've caught a bunch of really good ones this time of year early in the morning. But the water's a little bit lower than normally and a little bit clear, a little bit colder. But you know, I gotta try, because I feel like if I can get a couple of bites in here, one of them will be a really good one. They just come in here this time of year. I don't really know why. They get super shallow, like 2 foot, 1.5 foot.
Russ didn't mention it, but I'm assuming he is targeting largemouth this morning, fishing this shallow.
We're just going to fish for big ones all day. I'm going to try to keep myself a lot of the day in areas where I can catch a spot or a largemouth. You know, that way, you know, it gives me a chance at a big largemouth or two. It's just something I've always kind of focused on here. But right now, we're just trying to catch one big largemouth before we run down the lake.
Similar baits. You mentioned baits, Tommy. That looks like he started off with a vibrating jig. We saw a lot of those last week.
Oh man, we sure did. Let's go over to Will Davis. So much experience seemingly at every lake in Alabama, and has prospered on all of them.
Looking like a retro day. Got an old school Reebok jacket or something.
Yes, sir.
There we go.
Yes, sir. That's a good one right there. That's a good one. Don't be getting, that's the ones you want right there. At least it didn't get in my hand. I'm talking about I'm all messed up. That's a plus right there, buddy. Thank you, Lord.
Tear up that jacket now.
I know I can't tear up that jacket. I'm talking about it just got me all messed up. Right there made me nervous. Yeah, it's a good one. I mean, that is a good one for Lake Martin. God, when she jumped, dude, it scared me. Yeah, how about a 3-4? Nice. 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 Hands all, well, look at that. Just give me some of that, baby. Right out the gate. Time to get another crankbait out. I learned after that win on Lay Lake that it always helps to carry a pair of dikes in you.
All right, you want to know what a big fish looks like on this? You've seen it right there.
And we talked about it, how it's all relative. You could see Will Davis Jr. catching a 3-pounder here this week, a little different than last week, but it's all relative. He's already thinking, man, I got a chance to win this tournament.
Man, 2 of those and 2 average-sized spots. And he's looking great today.
Man, he has checked the list off of Alabama lakes. Tommy, he's won at so many of them, and winning at Martin would just be another one to add his mantle.
All right, we are off and running. The Lippert Bassmaster Elite here on Lake Martin. Just after takeoff, at the Lippert Elite on the Bassmaster Elite Series, that means stop number 2 of 9 stops this year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And we are on Lake Martin, Minn Kota, providing our live coverage on this day. And we've got better part of 7 hours of it to lay out for you today on a place we don't get to visit very often. We were here with the Elites back in 2018. And we have got a different crew pretty much in place than we had back in that year. One of the most notable of all of them, Takumi Ito of Japan. We're going to go down to that section of the lake right there and pick him up live.
Small one. No, it's small. Too small.
12 inches length limit. Legal keeper. For all species, all subspecies like that.
Now we're not going to get in the weeds, Tommy. We're talking largemouth and spotted bass this week, even though people are going to want to say Alabama bass. There's 3 heads to this black bass story that we tell: largemouth, spotted bass, smallmouth.
That's right.
We're just going to generically reference which one they're hooking up with.
Yeah, because you can really get in the weeds with that.
I don't want to argue words. Life's too short.
It is. There's some 3+ pound spotted bass here, though.
For sure.
I mean, we saw Will Davis catch that 3+ pound largemouth, but we'll see some spotted bass that size.
Small.
A little better one there.
Might be close.
Number 2, but small.
Like you said, David, there'll be guys who catch largemouth and maybe don't fill their limit going after them all day, but they catch 3 or 4 good ones. And by the time they go from 1 to 2 keepers, somebody like Taku could go from 0 to 5 based on their strategy of spotted bass. It's going to be a numbers game for sure. And then if these guys can find a big bite or go through enough fish or make a decision to switch.
There's a lot of people saying that it take less than 48 pounds for 4 days to win this. I think it'll take a little more than that.
Okay.
50.
Reports were saying that, weekend tournaments were taking 14 to 15 pounds lately. And so I said the weather last week at Guntersville would probably be better suited for a tournament here. And then this week's weather would be better for Guntersville, but we can't choose the weather. So we get to roll with the punches.
Yep.
Here's your tournament leader early on, Will Davis. A 3-4, that's huge in the scheme of things here at Martin.
He led the Open after day one. He had a 4-pound, 9-ounce fish in his 13-pound bag. Ended up 4th place.
I know you're coveting that jacket, Ronnie. So
I think it's cool, man.
I do
Retro. Thought it was Mike Iaconelli for a minute. He's been wearing all kinds of old school stuff.
His
I thought it
flames.
was Ernie Irvin, the NASCAR driver.
Let's go.
That's good. I get most of my clothes from a vintage place. It's also known as my closet.
Yeah, I have a little bit of that also, Tommy.
I had a big bite right here yesterday morning.
A couple dotted up there.
I had a big bite yesterday morning on this lay down. I say big, 2-pounders, pretty big, but it's feels good to go ahead and have a decent one in the box. We culled him out, we got a bag.
See him back in this cove. Obviously, more where largemouth are likely to be than spotted bass, although you see spotted bass shallow. But I think we'll see some anglers fishing 50+ feet of water here this week. Much different than last week.
Just like Guntersville last week, very clear overall, the water here at Lake Martin.
And a beautiful lake. This lake, I had not been there in probably 15 or more years, and I was there this past fall for a few days. Beautiful, beautiful lake.
And
it really is.
And they're clear for different reasons. I mean, all of the vegetation at Guntersville helps filter and clear that water.
Yeah.
But here, you're not going to find any or much vegetation at all.
Water temperature's 48. That's
Which is
change.
naturally
Yesterday
cold.
morning it was 52 in here. That's a big deal this week, is chasing the water temperature. You want to find the highest water temperature that you can find. We'll go back out there on that point here in a little bit and catch one. All them waves up there kind of messed it up right off the gate. The way I'm fishing, you really don't know when the next bite's going to be. That's the deal. I mean, we'll catch a few spots today, but trying to find them bigger ones is what we're after. I'll leave at 5.
Well, Will fished here in 24.
He probably fished here in 84.
Davey was here.
He was probably
I don't
like
know if
1
he was
year
here
old.
in
Yeah.
That's another man who did that was Emil Wagner. Go up, find him in a boat
No,
dock.
92 was when he was born, Tommy.
Oh.
Not a
Heck
thought.
yeah. What's up, Bass Live? We're sitting here in our starting hole. Caught a big one in here in practice, a 4 1/4, and there was some more with it. I'm actually seeing some already this morning, which is a good sign. But they're extremely hard to catch, but there's some big, really big largemouth in here. So I'm gonna see if we can't trick one or two. I was gonna start on some more safe stuff and just try to, catch some fish, which you can really do anywhere. But I figured I'd take the risk and come in here and try to catch a big one right off the rip. There's some small ones in here too, but you can see right here, they're shooting through this marina. A lot of these right here are little spots.
A lot of them.
Yeah.
See the big dot cable there, halfway across the screen, all the different things underneath that marina.
But I promise you, if we swing in here, it could very well be a little spot, but it could very well be a giant.
Oh.
You run into some obstacles fishing marinas.
Two of the biggest bass we saw on live last week. We caught this low light first 30, 40 minutes of the day.
Caught that. No, I'm kidding. All right.
Emil's doing a good job talking to us this morning.
Yeah.
Let us look at his graph. Appreciate that.
A lot of these fish, still using scope obviously, but a bunch of them are so tight to these floats and whatnot that you actually can't see them until you throw in there, and then they just kind of emerge. That slip right there is absolutely loaded with them.
It's a skill I hadn't thought of before. Herding them onto your, using your bait to herd them onto your screen. I guess that would help. You can do that effectively.
Took us less than 30 minutes to see our first fuzzy, dicey looking thingy bait.
How about that? So,
Urchin looking.
we are counting. The Lippert Bassmaster Elite at Lake Martin is on, and Robert G. on top right now. Scott Canterbury, Evan Kung, Will Davis, and John Cruz, our top 5 early on. There are big ones here like we were expecting, and man, oh man, I just didn't know a lot of the ways this one would turn out. It turned out to be very hard to hold the lead. You wanted to be the last man standing, and it took till the last day for Hank Cherry to be the last man standing. No one who led was able to hold that position.
Yeah, and we had a camera with Hank Cherry on day one, and he's expected to do well. He won a Bassmaster Classic there for some reason, and I still don't understand why this lake and Hank Cherry clicked together. It's nothing like where he grew up fishing, but man, who ever thought that he would hold a blue trophy over his head after catching basically all of his fish on the final day on a 3-inch chartreuse scrub.
It's amazing. And of course, that signifies the race that's going on right now, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and of course, Hank Cherry. As we start this day one at Lake Martin is the man in the lead. There's the rest of our top 10, including Stetson Blaylock. Great tournament for him. I know a lot of people were pulling for Stetson there. Matt Robertson turning over a new leaf to start his year. Had a rough time of it last year. Jamie Hartman, big comeback tournament for him. Wes Logan, Justin Atkins, Brandon Card, Kyle Welcher, Trey McKinney, and Dakota Ebert. Already a formidable list at the top of that race, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah, a lot of people obviously referring to the fact that there was no forward-facing sonar there is a reason why you saw, but it's not that simple. Hank Cherry, 80th last year in the points. Matt Robertson way down there. I mean, there's about 4 guys in that top 10 from Guntersville that I don't think forward-facing or no forward-facing had much to do with it. They just have gotten off to a lot better start this year than last.
Let's get up to the northern section of Lake Martin and find Steve Kennedy. No keepers yet, but this could do it.
That's what we're looking for. what we're looking for.
That's not a little skinny.
That's not a little skinny spot, is it? No. That's why we're here. That's why we're here. I didn't even fit. I drifted up on top of it. Call him 3-2. Look at that. Lake Martin special.
He said it all. That's why we're here. That's why he's up shallow fishing that shallow water cover, looking for a largemouth or 5 to get off to a good start.
He said Lake Martin special. I think that's just special on Lake Martin right there. That's a special.
Hey, look at last week and his weight. I mean, that would have been a big one for him at Guntersville.
Yeah, that's right. He had a tough week at Guntersville. Finished in the 70s.
Gonna have to go through a bunch of these today, but we'll take them. We'll take them. Pretty sure that's a keeper. Yeah, that's sad. He's going on your side.
Looked like a little more color up there as well. Also in the northern section of the lake, Will Davis.
This is most definitely the best area probably to be shallow, but also you don't want to be running for 40 minutes to start your day when this is the best window to probably catch them. So a lot of guys getting a bait wet as quick as possible this morning.
It's like 15 of them with him. Nothing big.
Not bad.
Enough to keep you in the game.
Not a 3-pounder, but not bad.
2-pounder. As my buddy Rodney says, that's a Lake Martin skeleton.
Here's a man who won't run out of spots to fish today, right here. He rarely does when we're fishing in Alabama. Also got a camera in the boat today. The winner of our fan vote for On Camera today, Easton Fothergill. He fished it 24 in that open here.
To start. A little stomach on it.
A little bit. It's only 160. Not much, but a start.
Just over 1.5 pounds for Easton, but he's on the board.
Yeah, you may see the shallow guys jump out to a lead today or when the day's fishing good, but can't probably write off this even though they're pound-and-a-half to 2 pounders, because if that shallow bite gets tougher on a day 2 or a day 3 or something changes, then these guys will have that stability to come back. But right now, every solid fish we've seen has been from, knee-high water.
Yeah, you're gambling more when you're fishing that knee-deep water here. I mean, you certainly might be the way it's won, but you could not catch a limit doing that. These deeper guys are going to catch their 5-piece limit.
Guido in the middle section of the lake, one keeper.
Small one.
Yeah, so we saw him catch 2 keepers earlier. One of those he decided to throw back because it was too small. There will be not worth keeping that one.
That's not easy to do.
No.
You got to have a lot of confidence that you're going to catch a lot of fish during the day to throw back one of your first 2 keepers.
Yeah, that's 3. 10. Yeah.
3 fish, 10 ounces each.
ちょっとバス違うとこ行ったかな。深いのかな。
Mentioned Easton with a fan cam boat winner here for this lake. A little surprising to me that Cooper Gallant was the winner at Guntersville, and then Easton here. I thought maybe that fan cam boat thing would be more of a local heavy at that place, like a Swindle or a Jordan Lee or someone at Guntersville, and then here a Will Day, an Alabama guy. It hasn't worked out that way, which is great. I mean, it's what the fans want.
Yeah.
Well, we will say Easton just fished down the road in college the last 5 years. So like maybe
Could be a lot of his college friends,
a lot of
buddies.
people,
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Montevallo being not far from Lay Lake and these general region, that might be the connection a little bit more, because Minnesota is a little odd. And then everybody loves Cooper Gallant,
Sure. Everybody loves Easton.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
both
like,
great guys, fun to be around. Still a little surprising. I thought it would be more of they would want the local guy. Hasn't been the case so far.
It's the first time we've done this. We're gonna learn a lot about how this thing works.
Yep.
How boats
Fouled my bait
are
set.
gathered.
Fouled it.
Yeah, when we did this at the Okeechobee Open to end the season, kid from Michigan ends up getting the vote for Okeechobee, and that was a brand
I do
new
that every now and then.
angler we've never had on live, so that was
It's crazy
good to
how
meet
they do
Eric.
it.
I don't understand how they can hit that thing back there. Never made sense to me.
Evan Kung, our first angler to a limit, all 1-pounders he's put on Bass Track. Drew Cook has tied Will Davis for our big fish, 3 pounds, 4 ounces.
Back to Steve Kennedy. Showed us a good one earlier today.
On the jig earlier, it looks like maybe he's doing the same thing now. Didn't get a good look.
Leader Robert G just filled his limit. He's got 813 on 5 fish.
Oh, it's a big swim bait.
Where's that chatterbait? I rigged it up just for this.
That's a good one right there, boy. Better.
It's a little better than average fish there. Not a 3-pounder, but it's a 2-pounder, it looks like.
Them black spots on them like that, they've been up there shallow when they get them black spots on them like that.
Getting word, Tommy, that jacket is one of his dad's old tournament jackets. The Pro Vibe spinnerbait was the one that his dad made with Davis Baits back in the day to get on the map.
There you go.
Pro Vibe, the Reebok jacket, we'll call it.
Living history out there on the water. Will Davis already showed us a couple of good fishes. It's 5-4 for 2 fish. He adds to that. When that updates on the leaderboard, he will move up. Robert G, man from Tennessee, on top right now. Jacob Fouts moving into there. Evan Kung and Jay Shakura. You know you'd hear from him sooner or later.
Yeah, so we're here at the second event of the Bassmaster Elite Series on the shores of Lake Martin. We just had our first stop at Lake Gunnersville, and we pretty much got a total flip-flop. We went from a no-scope event on Gunnersville, a bunch of grass fishing, saw a bunch of traps, chatterbaits, and power baits over at Gunnersville, and we're gonna see some of that at Lake Martin this week too, but the difference is gonna be, A, we got live scope, B, there's probably gonna be 10 times as many fish caught, and C, they're gonna be about a quarter of the size. On Lake Martin, again, it's all about catching those better than average keepers, and for me, that's been up shallower this week. So you're gonna see my boat in 20 feet or less, probably all week. Not saying I'm not gonna slide out there in a ditch and chase those deep fish here and there, but it's gonna be a shallow event for me, I think. Still using live scope.
Mill Wagner, hope that prediction's true. 10 times as many fish caught. I'll take that. Absolutely. Every day. That's what Martin's looking like right now. Winter pool. This is our Lawrence bird's eye view of Will Davis Jr. Having a good start to his day.
Yeah, you get a good look at the lack of cover, and that's partly the reason the largemouth population isn't as good as the spotted bass population on this particular fishery. And then when you drop the lake about 7 or 8 feet, it makes cover even more sparse, more scarce. But we will see anglers like Will Davis Jr., Steve Kennedy, and others looking for that little bit of cover to still in the shallow areas here on Lake Martin.
I'm gonna turn the boat right here. So, right around there on that point. Try to catch one of them big ones. Lake Martin big ones.
What kind of stuff are you keying on?
Keying on this clay, and it's got some rock on it. They pull up there and try to bed, and they pull up there and also try to feed as well. It's just historically, clay points in the southeast has always been a player, whether it's been largemouth or spots, but for here, it's more so the spotted bass. And these fish get a lot of pressure around the boat ramp, so you got to almost make contact with the bottom to trigger that bite. So if you're not bumping that bottom, triggering it, it's almost impossible to get a bite. I mean, you just saw a while ago I had one knocked the rod out of my hand just like that right there, and it's just like they want it, then they don't want it. Then you liable to throw it right up there and have one just choke it. It's weird.
See a few stumps on this clay point that Will's fishing. A couple of fish swimming around the stump there. They're about between 10 and 15 feet away from the boat, pretty close. Another stump with a fish around it out there at 60. He's scanning around.
I'm not looking for 100 bites a day. I just want 5 of the right ones.
Well, the stumps are there. You probably won't see much standing timber as Lake Martin is 100 years old this year. We'll talk about that some through our coverage in the week.
I read that leading into this tournament, doing a little research. That surprised me. I knew it was an older lake, but I did not realize it was 100 years old.
I think they said when they started the dam in 1923 and it was completed in 26, that at that time it was the largest impounded fishery in the country. Like it was the biggest that they had done.
You look at the map of 1920 and you don't see any of these lakes. They were all part of electrification of America.
in the 40s, everything was booming, but yeah, in the 20s, this was one of few.
The roaring 20s didn't roar in the South because we had no way to have manufacturing without electricity and everything. It really changed the course of history. Lake Martin's part of that. We're celebrating with those folks this week. They're very proud of Lake Martin and everything they get from it.
Looking forward to hearing from Trip Weldon.
A lot of them chase that.
A lot of fishing history
down there at the bottom.
Here on
Yeah, our friend Trip.
It seems like every one of these in here has been close to 2 pounds, so.
He's supposed to be with Dave and
if
Kyle.
If you throw up there and they don't acknowledge it, it's time to move on to bigger and better things.
Well over 22 years experience here.
Yeah.
I'm just cranking this bank right here and trying to catch a couple more 2-pounders and then try to go catch a big largemouth. Got lucky enough early to catch a good largemouth, and there's a little lull past 20 minutes, but it's just one of them deals that they pull up.
Well, David's doing good today and giving us a good little teaching session about what clay points are all about, not just at Lake Martin, but this part of the world.
Doing a great job, and again, Emil, Steve Kennedy, the folks we've had cameras, Taku, I mean, they've all done a great job this morning explaining to us the difference between Lake Martin and Lake Guntersville.
Yeah, got a good bunch out there today. See who steps out from the crowd, if they can, on this first day at Lake Martin. We'll be right back. The Lippert Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series event at Lake Martin is sponsored by Mercury, by Yamaha, and by Progressive Insurance. Just wrapped up our first hour of fishing here. These guys went off at 7 o'clock local time, 8 o'clock Eastern time. They'll be out there for 8 hours today, full field today and tomorrow. Trying to make it to semifinal Saturday. Only 50 make it to that. Tennessee's Robert G. Kyle Patrick moving up there. Kyle Patrick is one of our anglers who may be able to afford us some bonus coverage during the course of the day. Will Davis Jr. has afforded us some good fish catching, good talk about Lake Martin so far. Stetson Blaylock, one of the stars of our show last week at Lake Guntersville.
Our new AOY leader unofficially then.
Yes, he would be. Bo Browning in 5th place.
Well, Brownie had a huge week here in 2024 to come back and be one of the first man out, and then his great week put him basically one of the last men into qualifying for the Elite Series. Old Popar got it done for him.
You think Bo's wearing his dad's jacket this week also?
He might be. He might be.
Not the ones you want.
Some Will Davis.
But number 5, or number 4, so I'll get rid of him. One 4. Pretty sure that's not gonna make it. Oh yeah. 14 incher. That's one right there you knock the sides off of.
2 3-pounders and 3 2-pounders equals 12 pounds this week. So when you have a 1.25 pounds in there, that's you're gonna definitely call that one out.
Yeah.
Tried to get a big bite, caught a little one, but there's actually more in here than what I saw in practice. They're just not biting yet. So we're gonna go out to the rocks and the docks where we're catching most of our fish. Try to get to a comfortable weight, and you'll probably see us again in here this evening. So check back in. Probably a few short minutes.
Oh, I could have gotten to it. Where am I?
See the different strategies unfolding already this morning. Marinas back in the backs of these creeks with some blow downs in the water, boat docks. Like maybe fishing a brush pile off the corner of this boat dock if I had to guess. Takes a lot of patience to commit to the largemouth here when you know anglers are catching 20 to 50 a day and you're looking for one every 90 minutes.
Russ Lane back in the Elite Series. One of the original members of the Bassmaster Elite Series was here from 06 through 2018.
Came back through a path that is very difficult.
Yeah, came through the Elite qualifying.
Kudos to
Last year, good job.
I'm trying to catch one that I saw on the sonar, but that didn't pan out. So I gotta go back to the roots now. Like I said earlier, this right here, that's just 45-degree banks that leads back in the back of this pocket. And that's what you gotta find for these fish leading back to spawn and somewhere they can get in a hurry to eat something. and then slide back down of their own comfort of their house. Sometimes you want to make them in your house though, where you want them, and this week's all going to be about a timing deal. Sun's coming up, that'll warm the water temperature up. We need it to be about 51 to 52. That's when it pushes them fish on up a little bit better where you want them. There's that wolf pack right there. It's on the bottom. Caught that 2-pounder out of. Either they want it or they don't. Ain't no in between.
Kyle Patrick has taken the lead. He's got his 5th fish, just under 2 pounds, 9.7. He's 2 ounces ahead of Robert G, 15 ahead of Will Davis, who's on 4 fish.
Take it over to the reigning Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic champion, world champion, Easton Fothergill, going to defend here in about a month's time.
Right around the corner.
Yeah, man, it'll be on us fast.
He's fat at least. Two-pounder, that's the ones we need. That's that and bigger. 2-pounders get their own side this week.
We've seen a couple 3-pounders already this morning, and those are very important, but I think you were talking about it a little bit earlier, Ronnie. Those 1.4s don't cut it. You don't want to take those to the scales. Getting some 2-pounders in that 5-fish limit is part of the process.
Yeah.
You don't want to have a 1.4 be the equalizer for your 3-pounder. You want some 2-pounders to go along with that. Notice the locals we were with this morning, though. They're certainly staying around this shallow wood cover.
Yeah.
Steve Kennedy and Will Davis.
There's a fish. Oh my goodness. Giant bass.
Giant.
But tiny bass. Yeah, they're just long and skinny. Where did they go? Wow.
9 ounces.
14 ounces. He's going on your side. And I bet that's a 13-inch fish. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, 13-inch fish.
Back over to Fothergill.
Not terrible. Pound 12-ish.
Yeah, 1.6.
In the early stages of this tournament right here, but this one, as far as fantasy play, is it's already been locked up as far as that. But next event coming up, the Bassmaster Classic, which is also on the menu for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing for this year. So plenty of time to get ready, get involved at Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and pick your 5 favorites out of 5 buckets for the Bassmaster Classic. Join the action at bassmaster.com. Moving on through the morning here on Lake Martin. Take a look at it right there. The Lippert Bassmaster Elite at Lake Martin. Kyle Patrick, a man on top of the leaderboard, just a couple of ounces ahead of Robert G. Will Davis, we're with him all day long. Doing very well this morning. Blaylock, Bo Browning. We look down at the bottom of the leaderboard, near the bottom in position number 9, Nick Trim. Nick Trim, one of our rookies this year. Did not make it through the EQs, qualified through the Bass Nation Championship 2025. And Nick Trim was the top rookie performer at Lake Guntersville. Thus, he is at the top of the Pro Guide Batteries Bassmaster Rookie of the Year list. Nick Trim, Caleb Hudson, Matt Messer, and Tristan McCormick are top 4 in points as it stands right now. It's kind of a rough outing for our rookies at Guntersville compared to years past. We have had such a strong crop of rookies the last few years, and this is more like the old baseline how rookies, you know, as they begin to get their footing and get established, get into the rhythm of the Bassmaster Elite Series here at the top of the competitive levels. That's the way it's looking so far this year. It could change. Right now, Nick Trim, the man on top.
I think that's very telling that the path he got here through is just as difficult or more difficult than those EQs. The numbers are, I guess, more difficult coming his route than the EQs.
Yeah.
If you look at it like that. He had to beat out thousands of people.
Oh, it takes more than a year to do it, really. To qualify and make it all the levels. Big Daddy Russ Lane, also back in the elites this year.
Lake Martin special right there. We'll take him. Two. We'll do a couple today that'll keep those two in there.
I heard that comment. Need a couple today that could eat those two that are in the live well. That's probably a common sentiment out here. Let's get out the Taku Ito again. 3 smaller ones in the boat with him.
Small one. It's gonna be hard. All fish too small.
Notice there, Taku's using a little bigger bait than some of the other anglers. There's different strategies on how to catch a different class of fish. one of those strategies is using a bigger bait, hopefully bigger fish, biting bigger baits. That's the general rule of thumb, but that doesn't always solve your issues with catching 1-pounders.
Hey, David Gaston, who lives in Sylacauga like Will Davis, about a half hour away, he just jumped into our top 10 with his limit fish, a 2-pounder. Local guys making hay.
It's early, but I've noticed in bass track some anglers that had a tough go at Gunnersville have really turned it around to start this day.
All right.
Here in our top 10, our top 20. I've been there, done that. If you sit around for the weekend twiddling your thumbs, you do a lot of soul searching, a lot of thinking on how you're going to turn your season around, because if you get a tough start on that first event, you need to turn it around immediately. You can't wait mid-season.
Yeah, we got John Cox and Steve Kennedy up in our top 20 now. Had a rough week
That's a good question.
last time.
It's been getting up to 55 in the afternoons. And, you'll have to give this thing a second. Sometimes it doesn't read, and sometimes it does.
Wes Logan just entered all 5 of his fish. He's up to 6th place.
53.1.
Something that's really not surprising to me, but telling the our cameras with Steve Kennedy, Will Davis, and Russ Lane, a lot of experience, a lot of years of experience on Lake Martin. None of the 3 have been more than a cast from the shore so far this morning.
Yeah, good point.
Well, Davey, with the conditions warming up quick, it'll be 60 by noon, and it's going to be sunny all day. Tomorrow, about the same weather. All the plans that these guys came up with, let's go with spots and then go look for the kicker. What do you think would be the best way to go under the conditions?
Well, the weather is really working in their favor, especially for the largemouth or the bigger spotted bass to move up shallow. Unfortunately, with the lake level like it is, not a lot of shallow water cover available. Those 2 things are going to work against themselves a little bit. You ask yourself, well, the water temperature was 10 degrees colder at Gunnersville last week than here. Why aren't all these fish up there in 2 feet of water like a lot of them got caught last week? Shallow water cover not available here like it is at Lake Gunnersville. And that's 100% the big difference. That shallow vegetation Lake Gunnersville and the lack of shallow cover of any kind here on Lake Martin. But you see there again, when we go to Will Davis, Steve Kennedy, or Russ Lane, you're looking at boat docks or blowdowns. These guys, they're around whatever cover is available because they know that gives them the best chance to catch that better than average size largemouth and spotted bass with the conditions we have with the weather and the water temperatures.
That is a fish. Another giant bass. Whew. You stepped over to the... Let's get off the tree. whopping 1-2. So what were the others? One was a 14 and a 1-1. So that's got to go on my.
Let's go from Steve Kennedy. We're here to the southern portion of the lake in Easton Fothergill. 3 keepers in the boat, sitting in 20th place.
Jay Shakir's bumped up to 4th.
We need that one. He's so good. That's a good one. If we can just find a couple more like this when we go shallow, we'll be feeling a lot better, a lot more calm. Just over 2. 2-2.
Midsection Lake Emil Wagner.
Come on, keep going that way.
Pushed Fothergill up to 9th place.
You can see good look at his bait and that fish charging it right there.
That's your typical Lake Martin spotted bass there. Probably weighs 140. Pound and a halfer.
Emil from Lake Lanier. They're used to a little bit larger size spotted bass. Generally out there, different situation here. We'll talk about that as we go through the week as well. But Kyle Patrick from New York, Cooperstown, New York, on top, slim margin ahead of Robert G. Will Davis Jr. Started the day with him out there. He is doing well. Jay Shakir moving into a customary position in the top 10. He spends a lot of every year in the top 10. Matt Messer, Gaston, and all the rest. We got more to come from Martin. Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. This is the Lippert Elite Stop number 2, Lake Martin, Alexander City, Alabama here. Beautiful place, now 100 years old. Our coverage sponsored by Minn Kota. On this day and all week long, we do appreciate that. See, we're out in the countryside here, pretty good bit. Mostly undeveloped. You think of Lake Martin as being lots of boat docks, but Davey, you set me straight on that this morning. They didn't sell a lot of this land.
A lot of this land
owners,
is still big chunks of it privately owned. And gosh, when they do start selling it, I might want to be one of the ones in line. It's a beautiful, beautiful lake.
I would think you could open up a little office in Birmingham and do a land office business, as they say, if they started selling here.
Yes, sir. Part of its beauty, though, is the fact that it's not developed.
Yeah,
so that would ruin it.
That's the quandary, the paradox there.
You got your live in a 2-bar. You don't have to do anything.
I'm sure expecting one right there. Wow.
Talk about your good morning you've had so far.
Have I? That first one was a good one, for sure. So yeah, the best part of my morning was there were 3 boats came back in here and none of them started on what I thought was the best spot. and put a 3-pounder in the box right off the bat. So, but the downside was there weren't as many fish there as I thought there were, and we haven't had another big bite. Man. And I told you earlier, I think it's a post-frontal day. They're not going to come up on my glide, which eats me up. I'm going to have to keep a jig in my hand. There's supposed to be a fish on that corner. Almost always is.
$750 miles of shoreline here, and Steve Kennedy knows many of those miles like the back of his hand.
It's good looking stuff though, isn't it? Dirtier water.
I knew he'd fished here a lot. I didn't realize his family had a cabin here.
I didn't either.
His entire
That's
life.
the first I've heard of that.
Yeah. Basically his entire life.
I'm trying to slow down and fish, and I don't think that's the right approach. It just, there aren't a lot of big fish. You're not going to find a concentration of them, so the key is to run as fast as you can and hit as many really key spots. I don't know what that was. It had to have been a fish. Nope. It was just something spongy. No, I spent weeks hunting individual big fish. Some days you only get one, some days you get 4 or 5, and you have to make the rounds on those fish. Just fishing down the bank like we're doing is probably not going to work. I didn't get to spend a lot of time in here in this dirtier water, so I was trying to keep a bait wet. And see what happens, but so far I'm not impressed.
Great look there at what he's fishing. You see that
some docks, big brush piles, just isolated cover down in that clear water. Like I said, you might have to hit 100 places for one big one, but
shallow water where he's at, but he's fishing where the creek hits that
a 4 or 5
rocky
pounder
bank.
too.
Didn't see him catch one there, but you could see the reasons why he is there. And
I'm shocked there wasn't
it's caught
one
a lot
right
of
here.
fish there.
Just the color of the water and depth and everything. What I've seen them doing.
Decades of experience there. If you're one of the spots that he fishes in the morning before 9 a.m., there's him and his family has caught a lot of bass there, I guarantee you. His dad has fished here a lot also.
And after that, both he and Will Davis told us in different words the same thing. After that, it turns into a timing.
Yes.
Yeah, very.
See what happens.
There's just not enough numbers of big ones to park somewhere. You gotta keep hitting places and hope you get there at the right time.
Yeah, we didn't see the groups of fish last week at Gunnersville that I expected.
Right. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's the kind of place you can get a bite.
Not as much, and we certainly won't see it this week with the better sized fish. We'll see groups of 1 pound spots caught. Mm-hmm. But
yeah, we only heard a couple of people say the word school at Gunnersville. That was Hank Cherry and
Jamie Hartman.
And on days they did well.
But Not there. Don't want to get caught up in doing this. That ramp looks good, doesn't it?
You heard him say at takeoff, a lot of things are going to go through his head today.
Yeah. Hard not to fish history when you're at a place like this. He just said 10 minutes ago, it's post-frontal day, they're not going to bite my glide. He laid it down and he's got it back in his hand again. But he might catch a 4-pounder this cast, so we'll see.
Old ramp there that the low water has rendered out of service for now.
Wow. Good looking stuff.
I agree with you, Steve Kennedy. That's some good looking stuff right there with all this silted, muddy bottom, and you've got those
So I used to bring the lake down 10 foot. This was not even fishable. But down at 7 foot, it looks pretty stinking good. Plenty of water.
Wes Logan moved up to third, and Drew Cook, who tied for our biggest fish of the day, 3 1/4, is up to 6th place.
It's just to make sure, you know, that they wasn't doing that deal. Because if they was doing that deal, that's what we run, and that's the deal. I mean, you've got to run what they're doing right then, if that makes sense. And, you know, knowing the areas to do it.
And the other one actually didn't see it, which is pretty rare, and then threw over to the other one, and she smoked it. She just jumped off right at the boat, but we'll get some more. There's some of these banks where the rocks, there's either a defined line, like where it goes from rock to clay, or there's little isolated rocks off the bank, and that's kind of what I've been keying on. That and docks, but I'm trying to let the sun get up for the docks. That's probably the best thing I have going for big fish.
All right, let's roll.
But we have seen very few this morning, believe it or not, other than in that marina.
Everyone's searching hard, looking to find the right part of the population that can populate a good live well, get something set you up good for day number 1 at the weigh-in. Don't want to fall too far behind on this day. Got to make it to the weekend, got to make it to semifinal Saturdays. The job they're working on right now. Kyle Patrick doing the best of everyone. Will Davis, who we're with. Easton Fothergill, also in the top 10, and all the ones in between. Got a long way to go, though, till weigh-in time. Comes up at 3 local time. Getting close to the end of the second hour of fishing this morning here at the Lippert Bassmaster Elite at Lake Martin. Second stop of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Kyle Patrick of New York, all the way from New York on top here in Alabama on the Tallapoosa River. Robert G. of Tennessee, Wes Logan from Alabama, and Will Davis from Alabama. And then Wisconsin's Jay Shakura. Got a lot of diversity around the country on this one. And we can go further than that. We can show you some bonus coverage. That's a new feature this year. And there he is, Jacob Poroznik. Gonna have a camera in the back of his boat all day. If we get a moment like this moment, we can share it with you.
What?
Goes a long way.
What?
Yeah. Jay Powed him, didn't you? Didn't you?
Dude, that's a nice one right
I know for here.
How about that?
I like it. Good job, bud. You said we were going fishing.
I mean, how about a 2.5 pounder on Lake Martin? Come on.
I like it.
Oh, yes, indeedy. Orange. I love orange.
There you go.
You want to know why? Because nothing rhymes with orange. What a big old, golly, you beautiful specimen. I told you we going.
All right, Marshall, Pat there, Pat Redwick.
If you want to tune in for just a fun day, having a time.
Oh yeah,
Perazik's feed will be the one.
That'd be a good fun boat to be in. Happy we were able to get some of that bonus footage there. We'll check in back.
I don't know if there's a content advisory when you tune into that page, but just be aware. They're gonna have a fun time.
We got content advisories all over the place. We're always on the lookout.
That was weird. It's really odd. Come on. Yep. This is usually my camera days. Train wreck. Yeah, somebody worked hard right there. Sweetening that one up. That's where it should have been. Is the jig broken? Okay. Auto changes hook out.
Messed that up.
You heard me say it. I broke one practicing a month ago. That hurt my soul. It was a big one. We'll probably go buy him today.
I know.
Suits, what's your big fish prediction for the week? BFA.
And that open of 410 from Bobby Blakewell was the biggest, so I think maybe a 4.5 or right in that neck of the, maybe bigger. Maybe, Ronnie said we had Cliff Prince open the Elite with 2 5-pounders on day one back in 2018.
Yeah, we had 19 or 20 pounds. Then 2 big ones.
Then they only had 3 fish the next day.
Yeah.
I think we'll see a 5-pounder.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking.
I'm just saying. I don't think rarely will we go from a lower level tournament to an elite with a lower big bass. These guys normally catch them bigger, and so I would say an upper 5. I'll say
Really?
5. I'll say a 5-10.
Oh,
We'll see a big one show up.
well, in that open, I looked down to the limits. Charlie Hartley had 5 fish for 5 pounds. That was all day culling. That was the smallest 5 fish limit. You can beat that on 1 fish, you're doing something.
Some sun should help going into the later in the week though. Really should.
It's a bass
been
track.
warm, but it's been overcast.
Aaron Jagfeld's 5 fish came in. He's at the 3rd place.
He kind of needs a turnaround this week. Good for him.
And Austin Cranford's in the top 10 with 5.
I was like, it's time to go.
Ditto.
Brush pile.
We're almost 2 hours. One big fish.
That's what we were talking about in the podcast previewing the event. Davey was talking about the shallow and deep game plan, or the largemouth, smallmouth game, or largemouth spotted bass game plan, and how even with the colder temperatures naturally more in the morning, that's still maybe the window that guys go shallow, and then it's deeper, you know, when the sun comes up, or maybe there's some shade and different things. But people often think you need that sun to bake. Maybe that could be the deal, but also that morning window, it might be you fish shallow the first hour or two, you go out midday, and then you come back the last hour or two. So you get that sun, but you can't. Going deep early is, you're missing out on a window of a fish just ready to bite.
Yeah, I think
we saw 2 3-pounders this morning. I can't wait to look at the Bass Track data the next 2 days to see when 3-pounders were caught during the day.
I would think if I was in this tournament, I would start shallow early to try to get that early bite with a largemouth. And if you do that and catch, let's say 2, then I probably wouldn't go deep. I'd stay shallow the rest of the day for the largemouth. If you miss that, then go put some fish in the live well and come back and hopefully, connect with a good largemouth in the afternoon after the water temperature and the sun.
It's almost like a bonus.
Yeah.
If you catch them on a good day and they're biting, just ditch your other game plan. You can always use that another day and just stick with it.
Not so much shallow versus deep, because the boat docks where Emil was, that water's 10 to 20 feet deep, but that's kind of what we have seen with Emil. He went to where he thought he could get a big bite. Now he's going to feel his limit, and then he's coming back.
Better. Did you see that? That was a pretty epic fail. I missed the reel handle. And he's swimming out with it. It's probably a good thing. Probably a good thing. Oh. I caught him. But yeah, that's not even a 2-pounder. 1.7. Oh. Just long and skinny. That's what I'm talking about, stunted fish. They've been stunted for a couple of years. So that's 5, right? That's 5.
Number 5.
Limit should put Kennedy either right below or
I think so,
up into the
yes.
top 10.
1.7. But yeah, that was terrible. Absolutely awful.
The cool thing is that you were live. I didn't have a chance to tell you, but you got me all live. That's fun for you.
Did I get that? Wow.
It's one of those, your mistake isn't as noticeable to everyone else, Tommy. It was, hey, okay, we gotta keep her in the boat.
Meaningful, put him in the top 10. Kyle Patrick still riding on top there. Robert G., Jay Shakurit, Matt Messer, one of our rookies in Austin Cranford. A couple of rookies joining the party there in the 8th and the 9th position. We got plenty more to come. Lake Martin, stop number 2. The Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series here on Lake Martin. Second stop of the year. Had a big tournament at Guntersville last week, state of Alabama. Starting the season here in Alabama. Kind of a unique thing for us and very, very different. Weather? Well, the weather's real different this time around. We were freezing and froze for most of the tournament there, so we got that going for us and a whole lot more at Lake Martin. Glad you're with us. We finished the first quarter, if you broke it up like a football game, of this day number 1. And I can't identify anybody who's going to run away from it at this point, Davey Hyde.
No, I don't think we've found a clear leader yet, and we had a different leader every single day last week at Guntersville, and that might happen here, but It's been good to have a camera with us, Steve Kennedy, Will Davis, some locals, Russ Lane, to see their strategy. They're not catching them. You know, Will Davis has got that one good one, but Steve Kennedy a little behind where we thought he might be. But it's good to see these anglers, whether they're catching big ones or not, their approach, what they're doing and what their strategy is with years and years of experience on a lake like this. Even if they're not catching them, you can learn from watching these anglers.
Starting in Alabama, and Ronnie, as we prepared material content to get ready for this program, you had this list and this picture of all the Alabama anglers in this thing. There's a ton of them, and it's got to be an advantage to start the season in Alabama for them.
At least, Tommy, it's comfort. I mean, we have 17 of our 101 Elite Series anglers that live or claim the state of Alabama as their home, and you'd think that starting at Guntersville and Lake Martin is comforting for them, and it can be, but there's a lot of history that can distract you, and we have 17 of those anglers. 13 of them missed the cut at the first event at Guntersville. 9 of them finished 71st or lower, so it wasn't just they didn't figure it out or they just slipped up. 9 of them, for the most part, bombed, and we only had 4 make the cut. 3 of those ended up making the final day, and I would say out of those 3, none of them claimed Guntersville as their home, with Welcher, Atkins, and Logan. They're all from surrounding regions that have had success at Guntersville, but not their home lake. So we'll see if maybe Will Davis or Steve Kennedy or Russ Lane, that would more consider Martin their home lake, if they can kick that, that curse so far this year, because home field hasn't played as helpful this year.
But that's really surprising to me that 13 of the 17 did not make that first cut. I mean, I knew it was a little off, a little surprising.
And they weren't like 51st, 52nd. I mean, 9 of them 70th or worst.
Such, every bass fishing fan knows a lot about Guntersville. Not many of them know it near as much about Lake Martin. So it's interesting to get back, because we've only dipped our toe in the water, so to speak, one time at Lake Martin with the Elites. We're learning more with every passing hour here.
Yeah, 2018 was the last time the Elites fished here. We got 31 guys back. We have some guys with some local knowledge, Will Davis. And back in the Open, there's 17 guys, and the top finisher was Dakota Hebert. Cody Meyer, Will Davis were up there in the top 10. So we'll see if some knowledge of being here recently helps those guys.
All right. Well, we're gonna be looking forward to the end of the day. Of course, the weigh-in, very important today. And Davey says we haven't identified a runaway leader. That's for sure. But let's get out for the look from right there on the property. And there is our own Dave Mercer. Dave, great to see you. I know you had a big week at Guntersville. You've been sort of itching to go fishing down there. Know if you had a chance to do that. But tell us about what you've been thinking about Lake Martin as we approach this so early in the season after so many years.
Well, perfect timing. Such was talking about, you guys were talking about lack of knowledge, and along I come. But I will tell you the thing that stands out big time on this body of water, so different than the last time we were here in 2018. If you remember, we had a ton of rain going into that event. Actually, ended up moving the event that was after this, the Sabine River, because the whole south was getting inundated with rain, and Takahiro kind of milked one spot. Literally, one of the most amazing things that just stands out to me, he, not just one spot, basically one casted the entire event and panned it out all 3 days. We have not had near as much rain this time. The water is a lot clearer, so it feels like a very different lake. I talked to our behind-the-scenes expert, Trip Weldon, and we're going to have him on the show here on the weekend. But he was telling me he thinks that largemouth are going to be a big, big player in this event, but he thinks it's going to be something that builds throughout the event. And talking to the anglers this morning, they were all kind of all over the place. Spot's definitely the easier fish to get, but they all know that they need that largemouth bite. I'll tell you one unique story. You guys were talking about the Alabama guys kind of struggling in Guntersville. Well, for some of them, the struggles have not changed. I talked to Jordan Lee this morning, and a lot of people expected him. I mean, nobody was more excited at the coin flip show than Jordan Lee when he found it was no forward-facing sonar on Guntersville. Well, he had a tough event, and you think, okay, he's going to turn it around at the second stop here. Day one of pre-fish, he hits a deer on his way to take off, so his luck hasn't changed, and then he was trying to call the insurance guy and dropped his phone in the water. So things haven't gotten much better for Jordan Lee. Let's hope the fish here in Martin are a little kinder than the area has been to him.
So, Dave, I've got to ask you, you talk to the anglers every day they come across the stage. You talk to many of them in the mornings before takeoff and that sort of thing. As an angler, for me, it was difficult when you had back-to-back events that are so different. Even though both of these events being in Alabama, Lake Guntersville and Lake Martin are so very different that the obvious difference is the size of the fish. Can you sense a reset with the anglers of knowing that, hey, a 2-pounder is very important here, where a week ago it wasn't? I mean, do they mentally, are they ready, most of them, do you feel like they're ready to adjust that, hey, 10 pounds a day is pretty good here?
Well, we did joke about it on the dock. A few of them said, hey, maybe we got this backwards. We probably should have started here and then gone to Guntersville because it's always easier to go up. But, yeah, no, they're ready. And the thing to remember is not only is it a reset, but you also, let's be honest, I mean, this is a very different season with the 50-50 schedule. You had a bunch of anglers who had a way they like to fish that they weren't allowed to do at the last event, and that way, obviously, is forward-facing sonar. So for some of them, after a tough Guntersville, they're kind of rejuvenated and being like, okay, now I'm on the kind of fishery and I'm fishing the way that I like to fish. And more, this is starting to scream to me like NASCAR. I mean, you have ovals and you have road courses, and you have drivers that are great at ovals, and you have drivers that are great at road courses. And every once in a while, you get a driver that's great at both of them, and that becomes, the driver of the year or the NASCAR champion. Well, in our terms, that'll be our angler of the year. So I think we got to remember that there's a lot of people that, even though they're coming off a tough event and even though the fish are smaller, they're rejuvenated and they got a shot. And here's the cool little caveat too. The last few years, let's be honest, forward-facing sonar has dominated our schedule. And you've had kind of the traditional, the instinctual anglers. They would go to a body of water that would set up that they knew it wasn't going to be a big forward-facing sonar event, and they would have pressure on them because they're like, I need to catch them here because this is my shot. This lines up with my game. Well, guess what? Just by that rule change, all of a sudden it has changed, and you got a lot of those forward-facing sonar guys coming into this event for the first time feeling like that pressure is on their shoulders, and they need to catch them here.
Dave, one more question regarding the no forward-facing last week. Let's talk about that with regard to the rookies. We've been used to having rookies, overachieving from the very start for the last 3 or 4 years. Did not happen at Lake Guntersville. I mean, we had one guy, Nick Trim, up there just under the top 10. The rest of them scattered more towards the bottom of that. Now, is that a function of no forward-facing sonar? Is that what's driven that rookie surge in the past few years, or are we just back to the baseline?
I think one event it's tough to judge, but I mean the numbers don't lie. If you look at it, I counted up, and it all depends on who does the judging on who's your forward-facing sonar guys and who's not. But I counted in our top 50 last week, we had 10 to 12 forward-facing sonar guys. So the majority of our top 50 were kind of the guys that you wouldn't classify as forward-facing. And to be clear, it's hard to judge because they're all good with it. I mean, Greg Hackney, nobody would judge him as forward-facing sonar guy. Guess what? He's really good. Nobody would judge Jason Christie as forward-facing sonar guy. He probably won the first professional tournament ever on forward-facing sonar. He won the Bassmaster Classic using it for a bulk of the day. So he's very good with it. But I'm just saying, of the younger kind of classified forward-facing sonar guys, they had a tough week. And clearly, this is the first top 10 in, I would say, 2 to 3 years that we didn't have a rookie in the top 10. So I think you'd have to be foolish to say that one didn't affect the other. But I would also put a little caveat and say it's one event. It was also one event that was under very tough conditions. So for as much as you want to make a case about that, you can make a case about a lot of guys. Jordan Lee, I already brought him up. I mean, he was literally, freaking out when that coin toss came in, and he didn't have a good event. But here's what I learned this week, Tommy, and I don't know if you spend a lot of time on the internet. I spend too much time on the internet. Here's what I learned this week. If you love forward-facing sonar, you made a case that, guess what, Trey McKinney, Dakota Hebert, and all those forward-facing sonar guys did just fine. And if you hate it, you say that the forward-facing sonar guys didn't catch them. The internet will give you whatever you want.
That's great. Good point, Dave. I think all the anglers were great with it, with the situation. I never heard anybody complaining about it too much. So maybe this new system of half and half is not all bad. That's the definition of half and half. Not all bad. Our Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Angler of the Year race. Well, of course, that's Hank Cherry. That's how we started this day. Our winner at Guntersville, Stetson Blaylock, coming back from a less, probably not up to his standard season in 2025. Doing very well. Matt Robertson with a fast start and kind of maintaining the momentum through. That's new for him this year versus last year. Jamie Hartman back in it. Wes Logan, Justin Atkins. Some Alabama in there for sure. Brandon Card, Kyle Welcher, Trey McKinney, and Dakota Hebert. That's the race as it stands right now, and that's going to gain our attention. It just does the further we get into the season, but every day is just as important as the other. One day is as important as the other. What's happening out there today is changing the nature of that race. Russ Lane from Prattville, Alabama, but he's very, very familiar with Lake Martin.
We had to move more towards the lower portion, more the dam region, from the Wind Creek region.
Drew Cook just filled his limit. He has one of our 3-pounders. He's tied for first.
A little better one. I know y'all want some excitement. It's hard to get excited about that. But I am pumped. That's number 3. So gotta keep working.
It's better than average fish. I can get excited about that.
Already, I'm more excited for a 1 pound 8 ounce. Way more than I was last week.
By the way those other fish have been reacting, I knew.
One of those deals, if you as an angler are excited, the fans will naturally be excited. If you tell them there's no reason to be excited, then they're not going to be excited. That's just the way it goes. You just need to not worry about it and you be excited.
Yeah, and their body language tells you something about what's getting them excited this week. A 2-pounder will.
I guarantee you that fish on the final day will be impactful for someone.
Sure. Davis. Ought to fill out his limit with this one, yeah.
Oh, Lord, man. Ain't much to him.
Off the bank a little bit, but a shallow crankbait. Still able to hit bottom or reach because of the way the drawdown is. It's not as deep of a creek as it would be in a couple months.
1-7.
Needed a 15-ouncer to take the lead.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's what he's throwing at. See all of he's swimming around out in the middle.
Scott Canterbury just tied for the lead at 9-7 with Cook and Patrick.
Another Alabama angler, you figure, has got a lot of know-how on Lake Martin.
Yes, definitely.
Scott Canterbury on top. Drew Cook from Georgia, neighboring Georgia in there.
Could we see, Davey? Will Davis talked about low 50s yesterday, water temperature in some places. Could we see an early buzzbait bite by Championship Sunday?
I don't think so.
No,
I don't think
no.
so.
Okay, all right. Wes Logan moving up in there. Alabama starting to populate a little bit more there with Davis. Kennedy, all the rest. A lot more to come. Stay with us.
Lake Martin is a warm weather and water temperature is still high. I think 52, 53. I think and the clear water I like more finish fishing, and Lake Martin I can use forward facing sonar, so I try to finish fishing all day. The Lake Martin is many small fish. It's fun, but a lot of so like 1.5 pounder. So I have to focus on 2 pounder plus spotted bass.
Oh, yes. Well, very similar to Lake Martin is Smith Lake.
Got it.
Jasper, Alabama, and that's where Taku notched his second Elite Series win. First one was at St. Lawrence. He says this is his favorite place to fish in America.
It said he drew plenty of parallels from this lake to what a lake in Japan that he grew up fishing. Said, I like Smith Lake. I think he likes any lake he does well on, but yes, it did seem like home for him in late June.
Yeah, Taku's got a blue trophy thanks to Smith Lake in Alabama. I'm sure he'd like to get another one from the state of Alabama here this week, and I expect to see him do well.
I think a lot of people picking Taku to do well here.
He's got 4 fish for 2 pounds, 9 ounces.
Staying mostly in that midsection of the lake today.
So, I tried in the shallow now, but still very few, and the fish very slow. I don't know why. I think so. It's pretty tough right now. So hopefully now warming up, the fish coming up shallow and the bite. So I caught a couple good bites, but everything missed. So it's pretty tough.
Taku in 44th place. As it stands right now, 49 of our 101 anglers have a fish in the live well, 2.5 hours into the day. Give you an idea of the pace of catching keepers.
Ahead of where we were last week at Gunnersville with keepers this time of the day, first day.
Yeah. Back over to Emil Wagner.
It's a good one. 55, 50 feet, coming, chasing his bait right there, 35.
Man.
Bingo.
Man.
There we go. Box him up. Finally have one react right.
They get so skittish under these conditions. You gotta do everything right just to get one to go. At least on the scope side of things. That's like an average Lake Martin decent one. He's not gonna go 2, but he's probably 170 or so. Yep. All right, we're settling in finally. I think we were just running around a little too much, getting a little too excited this morning, so time to lock in and get some nice ones.
Looking at his baits hanging off the tips of those rods like being at a disco club back in the 70s or 80s or something. Did you see that?
Yeah. It's all the stuff you can get from a little claw machine.
Right, yeah, the claw machine.
Yeah, you
right,
get keychains that all got little extremities.
Right. All the things you think you can get from a claw
Yeah, exactly.
machine.
Yeah, yeah. They just slip out at the last second.
I almost had it. Good
Okay,
looking.
Emil from Lake Lanier, where they catch big spots, Lake Lanier. Tallapoosa River runs into the Coosa River, where they catch big spots. You know, it becomes the Alabama River. How come the spots
Come on out of that
are
rock.
generally smaller
Oh, these are nice
here
ones. Come on.
on Lake Martin than they are in those other two places?
Well, the Coosa River is just very fertile, and it has a lot of bait and a lot of shallow water cover. The bluegill population is better. All of that.
Yeah.
The blueback heron turn Lake Lanier around. Okay. So I would just say the bait, not just bait fish, but the bait in general, being more readily available for these fish. They're so aggressive. I mean, it takes a lot of food to sustain a good population of spotted bass, striped bass, fish that are just so aggressive.
Yeah.
If they don't have, you can get a lot of hungry people. If you don't have enough food to feed them, they're not going to get fat.
They're not going to be big. No.
Know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. I see.
Just food being available.
I don't know which one of them I got. One of them was big though.
I feel like he's got the big one.
Not big.
Of the two.
All right. Finally getting around some, but man, they're finicky. That one, I mean, normally a spotted bass, they get on your bait and they just charge it. Here, it's like with these conditions that you gotta get so, this one's hooked really good. You gotta get so tight to them to get them to see it. And that one actually nipped my bait and they both darted off, pretty far. And I just opened my bail and I saw him swim from way away and he swam back over there and ate it. Not a good one at all, but we starting to catch some fish, which is good.
He mentioned something there that I think is very
Lake Martin
important.
130.
Live zone R4 facing that separates him and a lot of the guys that are on the lake series from other anglers. Gets their bait really, really close to the fish.
What we're gonna do
you can see your bait on the screen and see the fish, but getting your bait right on top of that fish is the difference in a good scoper or not.
Hey guys, we've talked about it. Lake Martin's 7 feet low. That is winter pool. And so I wanted to explain that with our Lowrance Sea map to show you what the contour map looks like in full pool, summer pool, but then versus winter pool. And so I'm going to kind of draw what this black line represents is actually what this shoreline looks like sticking out. And so all of the red and orangish contours are all dry, high and dry. But you can see here, and I'm going to switch it to a white pin here, you can see all the different little ditches and inflows that these places can have, these little high spots that stick way off. You think some of these shallow creeks or these little pockets have a lot of room to them, and so places like this are going to be the places that these fish are going to be able to be in. And so they're not necessarily deep water, Tommy, but the deepest water close to the banks. And you're going to have a lot of those, like I said, with the black line that I traced there, a lot of jut outs, a lot of the shallow points that would have rock on them that you'd crank, in a couple months. All that is exposed. Those banks extend out a little farther. So those small ditches of water are a little bit finer for you to be able to choose from.
That's the only scary thing with this. You really got to whip it out there. Sorry, Brian. Did that hit you in the head? Yeah, but I'm sure they got a kick out of that in the studio.
If that's Brian, it's not the first time he's been hitting the head with a bait.
Really give it some umph to get it out there. And
Z-train popped in a few times, I'm sure.
Most of our camera guys have got a few dents from their meritorious service out there. Yeah, we appreciate them, each and every one. They do a great job.
From their curiosity. Yeah. Getting a little too close to the mousetrap.
Well, yeah, maybe so. Well, we're on the move. One of these anglers hitting a lot of spots today, trying to establish something, set up a system whereby you might win the second tournament of the year at the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series for 2026, the Lippert Elite. Into the third hour, halfway through it, as a matter of fact. We'll be right back. Beautiful shot there from the Lippert Bassmaster Elite at Lake Martin, Alexander City, Alabama. If you're just joining us, you can tell that Lake Martin's is down a little bit in terms of water level. This is the winter pool there. It's about 7 feet below what we call normal for the year on balance. There we go. Oh, Such, what is this?
A big fish alert. Jeff Gustafson, a 3.5 pounder. That's our biggest of 5 3-pounders caught today. Most of them are in our top 10. He's jumped up to tie for second.
3.5 will do you a lot of good on this lake. You get one every day, you're likely going to be part of the narrative, I would think.
I think Gussie, this lake sets up well for him also.
Yeah.
We'll be seeing a lot of him in our top 10 this week.
Cole Sands fish all came in at once. Second place, almost 10 pounds, an ounce shy.
One of our top 10, as near as we can tell, are fish in the middle and southern part of the lake here. Surprising. Of course, it was one, 2018, up the river.
Yeah,
Takahiro Mori.
In that, yeah.
In the northern section.
He got that little bite, didn't he? Call that number 4 at least.
Once you get a limit around 10 pounds, like Will Davis got a little more than that, it's every fish seems like it's going to be an ounce or two one way or the other. A lot of culling, a lot of weighing, a lot of ballast beaming this week. Very important though.
Yeah.
Very important.
Right at the boat. They followed all the way.
Ooh, it's like a better one.
That's a better one. That's why he hit. He's blinded when I. Trying to take me and get me off that place real quick. So you had it by the back hook. That's not what you want. You want to have it good.
Ooh. Little guy. Little guy. Probably gonna throw him back. I guess we'll put him in there. One pounder. We are working on a typical Lake Martin
bag.
4 fish
to finish that off.
Wagner. Back to Takuito. Also with 4.
Small. Small.
Please see it. Come on. Yeah, we'll take that one. He's not that big, he's skinny. We'll take him. Okay, not as big as I thought. Good night. Look at the lips on that one. What in the world? Gosh, they're right there too. I would throw, but I gotta double check. I got 5 and not 6. Dang it. Can't even clip him because of that tumor he's got. 1 3/4. So that one's got the length we need.
Just needs to eat a little bit.
I mean, what?
They're catching a lot of fish, Tommy, but with the forecast, I think it's going to get better and better as the week goes on. Especially the largemouth.
I think Taku needs to catch a big one. Get him pepped up a little
him
bit.
going,
I think
yeah,
he's starting
yeah.
to fade on us a little bit here. Well, we like it. Davey likes it looking forward through the week. I like the weather looking forward through the week for now anyway. Very different story than at Guntersville where they were shivering. They were freezing. High 20s, maybe mid 20s at this time. Day one, look at us approaching 40. We get up to 66 today. And it's good weather. First 2 days, especially late Saturday, some rain moving in and maybe a good bit of rain on Sunday, first part of the day. So we'll keep our eyes open for that. The reigning world champions getting set to defend that championship in about a month's time. up in Knoxville, Tennessee. Emil Wagner at the Lippert Bassmaster Elite at Lake Martin. This is day number 1 action. Full field, 101 anglers out there today. They're going to fish full field again tomorrow and then cut the field at the weigh-in tomorrow for semifinal Saturday. 50 will be going then.
All right, yeah, we just got in a little stretch, caught a few, and we're gonna keep going. I think Easton's fishing right down there on those other rocks, but we're about to just hop to another stretch. They're finally starting to show up a little bit. Throwing a bladed jig in the back of this drain right now, just seeing if we can get a big one, get lucky, but we're about to, ooh, thought I saw one flash. We're about to just keep running these stretches, coal up all day, that's the goal. No real big ones yet. Got 2, you know, half decent filler fish, but no true 2-pounders yet, so on to the next hole we go.
That was not Easton.
They always go live when I'm about to leave.
Emil Wagner.
He said Easton was close by. So.
Yeah, that's right.
No.
Unintentionally, partly right.
It's,
let me double check that.
Interesting to see Emil that shallow in the back of a pocket looking for a largemouth this early on day 1, but he's got a solid
little bit of
Lake
a
Martin limit.
Mm-hmm. Not far, but a couple miles, 2 miles.
And probably, and honestly, when we talk about Lanier being a great fishery and Hartwell being a great fishery, Hartwell is you're going to catch more largemouth numbers.
No, we're going to slide right in here if Easton's
But
not
Lanier
on.
has giant largemouth at times up shallow.
Sure.
And so a lot of those guys base their tournament like, it might not be their plan.
I mean, nothing good yet, but like I said, we're settling in now. They're starting to show up. And we're just going to have to fish hard all day. I mean, we're coming up on 10 o'clock. We got 5 hours of straight fishing time and just got to capitalize. Like I said, the docks are the best deal I got going when it's sunny, and we're about to go run some of them, and I think I shook off some that were pretty dang nice, so if we can get some of those to go and put them in the boat, it's going to be a good day, so let's get after it.
Appreciate Emil telling us what his plans are.
Yeah, that's
good stuff.
It's handy to know. 26th in AOY last year was Emil Wagner. Good year, good rookie season.
Won an EQ event at Champlain.
Yeah.
He went and decided to do. But yeah, to sum up that, yeah, like it might not be their full game plan, or they may not want to run it full time until 1 o'clock. But when they get in that near area, it's like I got one rod on the front deck just in case I pop my head into a pocket and do this. I may make 40 casts with it all day. But if I can catch a largemouth on 2 of them, the efficiency is there, you know.
Good look at the shorelines there. A lot of sandy shorelines here around this lake.
You usually think of that red clay when you think of it.
And you see spots of it, but honestly, there's more sandy banks than I thought there was also. I mean, the red clay, I'm like you, I certainly knew it was there, and you see some of that, but there's a lot of white sandy shoreline.
See that point to the island there, it's dark red and then it turns white.
Yeah.
We're coming from the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains in Guntersville all the way down here, kind of getting into the coastal plain. Pretty strong here, thus all the pine trees and red clay and white clay.
All those high spots remind you of all reds, Ronnie.
I know. I'm so glad we pointed out on day 1 and 2 that no one was down there really prominently, and then it ended up turning into that 3 of the top 4 were down there.
Gave away my secret place on Lake Guntersville, by the way.
Sorry about that.
Steve Kennedy sticking with his guns, these blowdowns. Slide bait and a jig in his hand most of the morning. Not a bad plan, in my opinion.
He's got one of those bag builders, a 3 pound, 2 ounce, first fish.
Tommy, I think that rod and reel he's got in his hands is the exact same one we saw him win on Lake Dardanelle. You think so?
I'm trying to fish, and it's not the right way to approach it.
Could well be.
I went to where I had a big bite, and I caught a big fish. And they had another one.
Carl Jacobson into our top 10 at 8, almost 9 pounds. A couple 2 pounders.
What did we say about Steve Kennedy yesterday? He wins about every 6 or 7 years. He's due, right?
He's due. I'm sure he would love to win here with so much family history on this lake, around this lake. I mean, they'd love to win anywhere, but places like this that you've got a lot of history certainly would be extra special.
I'm just running the backs of these pockets, pitching at some trash piles that I think should have largemouth in them. And I know it's because we had a cold or cool night, but they seem to have swam out of them. There was a bunch of them in them yesterday. I'm not gonna give up on it though, because that's the sun's gonna heat this water up and push them in it. Just need a couple good bites. And the fish I am seeing there, gosh, they just act lazy today. There's one right there, like he's just moping around. Like doesn't even pay attention to my bait. Wow.
Well, Emil promised us he'd be starting to fish some boat docks now, and has caught some good ones here in practice.
Dang it. There's some monsters in there. I'm talking about some big ones for this place. 2.5, 3 pounders. Might be able to get one if we can be quick. And now they're all spooky. Oh, never mind. Come on, let one of those big ones come and get it.
What's our generic term for that category of bait now, Davey, officially? Do we have one?
I'm gonna call it disco ball.
Disco ball, okay, I like that.
So it's interesting, Ronnie, you probably don't remember this, but I'm sure Tommy and Such will. Like, Emil's talking about seeing those fish under that boat dock, and a smaller one and grabbed it. It's like the old cereal commercial. I'm not going to try it. Let's get Mikey. So like they encourage the little one to see if that's real. And if he'll try it, he'll try anything.
Yeah,
he'll even eat a disco ball.
That's who you catch. Yeah, he'll eat a disco ball.
He won't eat it. He hates everything.
That's right.
I get smart.
Hey, Mikey, he likes it.
Hey, Mikey, he likes it. All jokes aside, though, Emil, obviously one of the best with the technology, being able to determine the size difference in these fish, and I'm not saying a 1 pounder from an 8 pounder, I can certainly do that, but a 1 pounder from a 2 pounder or a bunch of 1.5s, and there's a few 2.5s under there is a big part of their success.
I guess there's nothing could teach you how to do that, but just doing it every day, right?
Yeah, so I was talking to an angler back in the fall about it. He's got 2 sons that are really good anglers, and he was talking about how they could distinguish the difference in the size so much better than him. And I said, it's like me and you, we can look at a 9/16 wrench across the table and tell that's not a half, that's a 9/16. Where a younger generation look at that screen and see the difference just like glaring to them and not so much us. But if you ask them for a 9/16 wrench, they got to go over there and read the size on it every time.
And also, when it comes to your graph, finding settings consistently so you're not moving it. When you're changing if you're looking 120 feet out or
expanded screen, it's going to look like a different size.
It's going to change the view of that fish. If you're dialed in on this, then you're dialed in on that.
Good point. Will Davis Jr., we're in the boat with him today, and he is the man with the lead. Massive lead, 10 ounces, which is not that bad a lead, actually, for here. Aaron Jagfeld, Cole Sands, Robert G., Scott Canterbury, our top 5, and we will be going away for a minute, but the halftime show coming up.
Hey, here we are, stop 2 of the 2026 Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. The Lippert Bassmaster Elite at Lake Martin, still in Alabama, back-to-back Alabama events to kick off the 2026 season right here in the birth state of Bassmaster, Sweet Home, Alabama, but a much different fishery this time around, Kyle Jesse. Obviously, Lake Martin, maybe we should have done these in reverse. I mean, a little easier to go from Martin to Guntersville than Guntersville to Martin. I mean, what a show last week. But this is a different challenge. Still $100,000 on the line. Still all the points on the line. A lot of bites we're going to see, but a lot of measuring this week, too.
Absolutely. There's going to be no shortage of fish catches this week on Bassmaster Live. I feel like we've already seen that through the morning. Taking a look at the leaderboard there. Will Davis, Aaron Jagfeld, already over 10 pounds. Seems like all the guys I talked to in practice, that was kind of the mark. If you could hit double digits, especially fishing for those spotted bass out deep, have a lot of the day to go try to catch a big largemouth. One of the stories I'm sure we'll get into, the rest of the week is obviously this aerial shots. You can tell the water's down. Makes that largemouth bite a little trickier. A lot of guys I talked to said that, there's great areas, but there's just not as many of them because a lot of the boat docks are out of the water. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic. And far as I'm concerned, Lake Martin is a great tournament lake, so it's going to be a fun week.
Well, let's just put that to the test right now and catch up with things with our Bassmaster midday report. And we'll kick things off with the always lovable Takumi Ito. And he's a guy who I'm sure was a giant pick in fantasy fishing going into this event, knowing his spotted bass pass.
Yeah, no question about it. It's always, smallmouth Disneyland, but it might as well be spotted bass Disneyland with Taku Itu. Smith Lake obviously got the victory there just a few years ago. Has said multiple times those spotted bass lakes, especially the ones in Alabama, Martin, Smith Lake are some of his favorite lakes in the country. And you said it, definitely a very popular pick in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing this week, and for good reason. Obviously off to a slow start this morning, but if there's anybody I would count on to get where he needs to be by the end of the day, it's Taku.
Told me on stage that he doesn't need forward-facing sonar anymore, but I think he changed because it looks like he is using forward-facing sonar. Obviously, you're allowed to use forward-facing sonar in this event with our 50-50 split schedule, but a guy I'm happy to have back on tour, 7-time Classic qualifier. He's got a postseason win on the Elite Series, and that is one and only Big Daddy Russ Lane.
Yeah, you could tell on stage last week at Lake Guntersville how excited he was to be able to stay in his own home, sleep in his own bed for this tournament. Obviously a slower start so far, but it's been interesting to see him mix it up a little bit. The one thing I kept an eye on this morning at takeoff was last week, how many times did we say, when Jamie Hartman would come on or when Stetson Blaylock the last day caught one on a spinning rod, that was an anomaly. Not so much this week. We're going to see a lot of spinning rods, but he did have some casting rods on his deck. Going to be interesting to watch him the rest of the day.
A guy that is a magician with a spinning rod, the Great Dane, Emil Wagner, won the inaugural EQ and also a giant pick in fantasy fishing, taking his Lake Lanier skills and playing them here in Lake Martin.
No doubt about it. Obviously a tough start to the season at Lake Guntersville for Emil Wagner, but you had to imagine this one on the schedule is one he was looking forward to, irregardless of the bad start. But you said it, when you look at guys like Emil Wagner, Paul Marks, Tucker Smith, copy and paste any of the Surge squad into your fantasy lineups, and you're feeling pretty good about it. No doubt about it, he is a spotted bass expert and should excel here at Lake Martin.
Surge squatters do that, and they surge, and he will be surging this week. Another guy who has to surge, but not near as far as he had to last year. I mean, he starts the season slow, and don't worry, he'll win the Classic and all sorts of great events ahead for him, and that is your Classic champion, Easton Fothergill.
Yeah, I mean, if he'd have had the start that he had last year, I mean, he'd be battling for AOY by the end of it. Just narrowly missed the cut at Lake Guntersville, but again, just like we said, a guy that's going to factor here, obviously incredibly good with his forward-facing sonar.
Oh, good googly moogly, Steve Kennedy.
There is nothing more fun than watching Steve Kennedy on Bassmaster Live. I am a firm believer of that. Obviously, getting to see him throw a jig this morning, fish some shallow water. Very interesting seeing him push back in some of these backwaters, far backs of the creeks, following the creek channel. Having that success on the jig so far, we've seen him pick up a swim bait a handful of times. Something tells me we're going to have a lot of fun watching him today.
How about our current leader, Will Davis Jr., a 3-time Bassmaster winner, obviously the back-to-back Bass Nation National Champion. But don't forget, along the way, put an Elite Series title on his shelf, and he could be a big pick coming into Sunday this week.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, a lot of Alabama anglers in this tournament, but Will Davis just up the road in Sylacauga, Alabama, basically splits the difference between the Coosa River and Lake Martin. Certainly very, very familiar here. We saw him get off to a great start this morning with a 3+ pounder. And, that's the kind of fish you need to propel yourself over that 10-pound range and put yourself where you need to be. It's been a lot of fun watching him this morning, currently in the lead. Going to be interesting to watch him on one of his home lakes this week.
Well, that gets you caught up on everything we've seen so far. Let's get out in the water live right now. Lake Martin with Will Davis Jr.
So now I got to retie real quick like, and then get back to work. But I feel good about it. It's just been one of them ones I caught a real good one real early. I mean, a real good one, a 3-4, which is a big one for down here. And caught a few cranking, and really nothing to, just set the world on fire. But it's just Lake Martin. one cast can change the whole game here. The difference between a mediocre day and a heck of a day is 1 4-pounder, and that's what we got to get. And we on the search for 'em. I really like this FG knot, but I really don't like tying it during the tournament. It takes a few seconds to tie it, but in my opinion, it is one of the strongest knots that there is fluorocarbon to braid. And I'm just tying up another shaky worm rod, 12-pound SPS fluorocarbon, and 10-pound braid. Let's see if we can get back to work. This is a tricky knot to tie,
but tough enough. Tie it on camera, but moments before we got to Will Davis, check this out.
It just goes through the guides a lot better. A lot better.
Whole different tournament this week, but Will Davis,
it ain't something you know, he doesn't overnight.
Probably get the credit because he's kind of a soft-spoken dude. One of the most innovative guys. I mean, comes from a fishing family of innovation. Obviously, his dad, Bill Davis,
little wheels,
has brought so many amazing things to the sport. And Will, I mean, he follows in his footsteps, and it's worked for him on the Elite Series.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, the Davis shaky head, which he's showing us one of them there, is one of the most popular shaky heads in this area, and it's basically taken over a lot of different places, but certainly a popular one at the tackle stores around here.
On better. And
Will's going to be the kind of angler. It's two different games that we're playing here. We got spotted bass, we got largemouth bass. I mean, most people believe that you're probably going to need a few largemouth to win this tournament. You're not just going to get it done in spots. We'll have to see how that all plays out. Everybody has their thoughts going into an event. But Will is an angler that you have to believe is equally as proficient with spots and largemouth.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen his shallow water prowess across the Elite Series, you know, on a variety of different bodies of water. And, you know, being a guy that's from around here, obviously going to be super well versed with spotted bass between the Coosa River, Lake Martin. You know, his morning, it seems like to me, has gone about as well as you could ask for, because again, the amount of guys I talked to that said, hey, if I can get up near around double digits and then go hunt for a largemouth later in the day, Will Davis to this point is one of the only few that, you know, could probably feel comfortable doing that. But obviously we still see him fishing offshore at this point.
Well, let's get over to Easton Fothergill, currently in 29th place and 5 weeks away from
we're looking for the
his
fifth.
title.
We have two what I would call
Bassmaster
solid
class.
ones. We caught our fifth fish plenty of times, but I just can't risk putting a 1-pounder or a 1.3 in there and just risk it dying, because I know to be where I need to be and to make the cut and all that, you just can't have those in your bag. So I can't get stuck with those, and I'm pulling them from deep water, so I feel like they'd be susceptible to getting sketchy on me. So we threw them back. But I'm fully expecting this afternoon bite to really kick on today. It's sunny and flat, calm conditions, so the backs of these pockets are gonna get super warm. And in the afternoon, I'm fully expecting them to flood with fish, so it should get really fun here about noon, lunchtime.
People wanted to see Easton. He won our fan cam this week, right?
Sure did. He got his own separate stream and everything.
Wow. Remember, you can vote in your favorite Elite Series Pro for each and every Elite Series event with the Bassmaster fan cam. So make sure you check that out going into each event. Cooper Gallant won the last event. Easton Fothergill, who will it be? Will we have a fan cam at the Bassmaster Classic?
Sure.
Huh. Decisions are being made right here. And once again, the Elite Series is back in your life for the second week in a row in the great state of Alabama. This time on Lake Martin. This is the Lippert Bassmaster Elite at Lake Martin, the second stop of our 2026 Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. And all this action being brought to you by our friends at Minn Kota. Got to thank them for bringing you the live bass fishing. I mean, at once it was a dream to be able to see this, and now multiple feeds, multiple ways to watch this, and I can't take my eyes off it, especially when you got your eyes on somebody like Will Davis Jr. And we don't just have eyes on him, we've got eyes on his forward-facing sonar, which is a player this time around. Not allowed to use it last time, allowed to use it this time, and we have an official in the boat, or not in the boat, but in the booth right now.
Real steep banks
We're
this
joined
time of
by
year, but just,
Hank Weldon.
them 45
Let's listen into
degree
Will
banks. And I've just been targeting them with a crankbait, Spro crankbait, and just crawfish color. And it's a good little stretch right here. I ain't caught them here in a while, but it's time for one. There's one after it right there. So when you see that happen, pick up a Davis shaky head, throw it out there, and drag it real slow. It's not my style, really, but that's how I grew up fishing down here, and that's usually will get you bit when nothing else. As you can tell, old buddy's still blowing the leaves over there. Pretty sure he's got to be about done by now. You get him come to my house and do some yard work. But you want to try to run this sea light right here where in some shade, which is still good for cranking. It's just like a early morning type kind of deal. It's been that way.
I wish we were in a boat. I misspoke. We're in the booth.
Crank until like 9:30
Hank,
or
obviously,
10,
tournament director of the Bassmaster Opens. But you're also know a thing or two about Martin.
Yeah, I was going to say, you guys are really scraping the bottom of the barrel if you're asking me to get out here on the set. But yeah, I mean, at the curtails of Dad, the old man, I've put a minute or two out on this lake for a long time. My whole life grew up on this lake, and it's showing out like usual Lake Martin fashion right now. So, but I love this lake. It's beautiful, full of fish. To watch these guys bring it down.
Hank, you told me that you won the very first tournament you ever fished on this lake.
Yeah, I would think I was.
I would have quit right there.
I probably should. Not I won. We won, right?
I was giving you credit.
I think I was 8 years old, and we hit a Tuesday nighter at a Bay Pines, which is a little marina on the Alex City side, and went and hit a Pier Light quick. Dad caught a 4-pounder, and we cruised that to victory. Probably should have stopped at that point, but I did net the fish.
There you go.
Yeah.
Literally spooked away from it,
4
swam
pounders
away
are hard to
probably
come by
20
right
feet.
now on this lake, it seems like.
And then came back.
This real island down on the bottom end.
Might help, but there's more there. Ooh, come on. Mega school of them. They're not carp, that's probably what they are.
How different would this event have been if the coin flip went the other direction? We were no forward-facing sonar here.
Probably not that much because it's just so full of fish. I mean, and with this warming trend, that's what I was kind of watching. So I don't get out on this lake a lot, but I will tell you,
those are carp.
I start watching the weather in February and March, and if I can sneak over here on the weekday with 70 degrees like we're getting, those spots just flood to the bank, and that's just, you can go down if you've picked the right docks. You can go down. I mean, it can be a 40, sometimes 50 fish day. Now they're all going to be fun fishing, pound and a half. You may catch a 2-pounder, or look up and get a big largemouth. But I don't think it would have been too different here. Now Gunnersville would have blown up, you know.
Oh, yeah.
100 pounds. So
we couldn't afford the Century.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. I don't think you wouldn't have seen too much different here though with weights and the total to win.
What we are seeing is different right now. We're seeing a bait caster. Yeah. Unlike last week where it was all bait casters and we would stop and be like, that's a spinning rod. We're actually seeing a bait caster. Do you believe you can win this all in spots, or is it going to be a combo?
Used to, yes. You know, Lake Martin, the one thing that's been consistent about Lake Martin is you don't see a guy follow up with big bags multiple days. It's hard to get that in a multiple day tournament. So does someone have a big bag today? And when I mean big bag,
I literally wouldn't even look at it.
14 to
not a big
maybe
one
17.
All,
I would be surprised if we see over 17. It can happen. You know, it's just that's just how this lake's been fishing the past few years.
Turned off. Yeah, we just caught another
so
one.
Like,
I literally
get that quality fish.
Full dice bait. You typically have to keep it over them almost always.
I don't know. It's hard to say, Mercer.
Threw out that fish and you literally didn't even look at it at all.
Largemouth. Right now, but they're
to the bottom.
We've caught 4
forever
or 5 pound spots out of here. They have been in here before, but they just don't seem like they're
We're working on some half decent, just filler fish right now. Again, haven't caught any good ones yet.
Tournaments last
week. True good ones, you know, something over 2.5. But I'm happy. Happy we're kind of getting the wheels.
That's gonna have you set up really well if you have 5 3-pounders.
Still good. We're in a good area. We're in the area
of
the one
pot of them. It looks like he's called them filler fish.
And when you shake this bait on the bottom, it's so light, you literally have to shake it with like 5 feet of slack in your line. Otherwise, it'll come off the bottom. And spotted bass on days like today are so finicky, the shallow ones.
The key tip that he just
gave there. You gotta do all the little things right or you are not gonna catch them. This morning, we were not doing the little things right.
With the influx of all the ultra finesse baits,
get one, maybe
the dices, the different things like that.
3+ pounder, I'll feel
shaking
really
a bait isn't what it used to be. I mean, used to, you could just naturally shake it, but you have to put slack in your line so that shake doesn't literally rip the bait away from the fish.
Yeah. Absolutely. Kind of place.
You big dice guy, Hank?
I've tried it. It works.
The first day of practice, I had 14 pounds, which was unreal.
Yeah, you gotta have the right rod.
And I didn't even have a real big one. You know, I had one big spot
where you can do that.
Just had a bunch of really nice ones. And I know we can make that happen again today.
Every local knows exactly where he is.
Gotta find him.
Yeah, if he posted a picture, he'd totally blur that out.
Oh, yeah. See, on the live scope, it's springtime, all this pollen and everything. You can't hardly see anything up here shallow, but sometimes you'll throw your bait in there and you'll just see something kind of scurry out at the bottom or give you a sign that there's a fish on your bait. You can see I'll throw it up there, I'll blind work it sometimes and then keep scanning around, see if I can't find one that's for sure a bass. We missed one a minute ago that was
pollen, the
really
enemy
nice.
of
I mean,
live
that
scope.
one we just caught right there looked like a dink compared to it, but there's nothing you can do about that. Sometimes the biggest ones, for whatever reason, they nip it. I guess it's because they're the smartest, but it drives me nuts. Like even right here, I don't see any fish, but there's just some rocks on the bottom edge of a little walkway, and day like today, they're going to get so tight to the bottom a lot of the time, so you're not always throwing at fish. A lot of times you're just throwing at structure, and you'll just see one rise out of the bottom.
Emil, giving us a class. Great stuff there. Pollen, I mean, the two things that seem to shut down live scope, pollen and wind. You get too much wind, get too much pollen in the water, it interrupts the signal, and you just can't see what you're wanting to see. But working so far for Emil, but our tournament leader, Will Davis Jr., we have 3 anglers now in double digits. Scott Canterbury, he's kind of come out of nowhere there. Aaron Jackfield, Elite Series rookie. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes from Lake Martin. Bassmaster Livecast. And the goal here right now is all about right there, the Yeti Hot Seat. I know it seems early, but we're already loading it, the Yeti Hot Seat this afternoon. Everything will be made official when the anglers weigh in. Weigh-in starts at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. You can watch that on Bassmaster.com. And if it were to happen right now, Will Davis Jr. would be in that hot seat. And I'm predicting, I get it, it's early, but I'm predicting that Will Davis Jr. is going to be a player throughout this entire event. You just don't see a way of him going away. No matter what happens in this event, Will Davis is the kind of guy that's going to catch him, but so is that guy that we were just watching, Takumi Ito. Knows a thing or two about spotted bass, and a lot of fish in this body of water. We are not going to go through any lulls this week, are we, Hank?
Oh, no, there will be fish catches constant throughout the event, every hour. That would be an interesting stat to know how many fish are caught every hour on this lake.
I think it'll be interesting to see, even, at the end of the day, the guys that are up there near the top, especially the ones that have been updating on Bass Tracks, how many times they've had to cull to get to where they're at. Gussie's in the top 10 right now, and he's culled. He's caught 20 keepers. 20 keepers.
Doesn't mean that can't totally change the next.
Yeah, that's what I learned early on Martin is you really have to get that kicker to set you apart. Now, that may be a 3-pounder, right? But putting one on that left side of the live well was always very important to getting paid in a tournament.
We hit one of the good ones, and we caught one first cast on. It wasn't a big one, but I found 8 or 9 docks like this in here, and it was literally every single one in practice. And then I just quit finding them because I could see on the map how they set up and everything. So again, I'm hitting them as we get to them. We've only hit that one now, but I'm hitting these rocks in between and hoping we luck into a couple nice ones. Need them. Had a terrible event at Gunnersville, and need to bounce back here, make up for that. I'm just glad I'm not ripping a trap in the grass, to be honest with you. I like fishing grass, but I don't like ripping a trap.
Talk a little bit about the post-frontal condition.
Yeah, so obviously
going to be a lot of trap
Lake Lanier
ripping here this week.
And spotted bass, for the most part, as long as you have some herring in the lake, which the herring population in Martin has dwindled over the years. I think it's pretty low right now, which is why the weights aren't very good. But generally speaking, the ones down here in the southeast that aren't Coosa River bass, they all act the same. And the last 2 days we had clouds and wind, and it was unbelievable. You can pull into these ditches, they were blowing up, schooling, you see fish everywhere. And we see that guiding all the time. And it's just that low pressure that brings them off the bottom and they eat. And then you go out on a day like today and you hardly see any fish at all. They're still there, they're just sucked super tight to the bottom. So they're a lot harder to catch and they're just really, really spooky. But I really want to make it to the weekend because those clouds and wind roll back in, all these fish start showing themselves and it gets really fun. So the good thing is, a day like today, like yesterday, I checked a bunch of docks again. They weren't really on them, but again, that's because of the clouds. So sun, fish tuck really tight to the bottom, get under the dock floats. A lot harder to see on live scope. Clouds, they all disperse and you see them everywhere because they float off the bottom with the low pressure.
Really good stuff there from Emil, but
and the few I have seen,
watching these two guys right here, I think you come into this tournament and the expectation is that with the cold weather and everything going on, forward-facing sonar, we just see a ton of guys just floating around out in the middle and chasing bait balls and doing whatever. But Easton on the right's throwing a harness-style swim bait around boat docks. You see Emil Wagner up around boat docks. things are happening here because of the weather. I mean, you're hearing Emil talk about it right there.
Put it in front of as many as we can.
One of the things he talked about, Hank, was the herring population.
Mm-hmm.
His guesstimate is pretty low right now, and he says that's why the weights are low. But this fishery, I mean, we've seen what herring does to a fishery. It totally changes. I mean, it changes their minds.
Rewires them, right?
Where is it right now in your assumption?
I think so. You know, it's hard to know when the herring really got in here, but we do know when it peaked. It peaked around 18, 19. I think we were talking off air. It was taking 20 to 24 pounds to win tournaments in September.
Wow.
I know Dad, and he'll talk about this later this week, but they had a tournament in September. They had 19 pounds, and they were like 6th place.
Gosh.
I mean, that's 2-day total making cut weight here. You know what I mean? This time. So all that to say this, I think the herring they're still here. It's just like, I don't know if we understand enough about why they're not where they are. Or know why they weren't like that. Maybe the spotted bass ate them all. I don't know. It's hard to understand.
$2 right now, Easton Fothergill and Takumi Ito. Pretty shocking to see them 56th and 53rd. But the thing to remember and what's going to be compelling about this event is how tight that is. We just saw moments ago Scott Canterbury show up in the top 10 out of nowhere. We're going to see a lot of movement here this week.
It was one of the first things that Will Davis Jr. said whenever we went to him the first segment is that he realizes he's one cast away from making, his day turn around like that. And you're watching a guy like Easton right now fish around these boat docks. He catches a 5-pounder, he's probably going to jump into the top 3. He might be leading, if he is able to catch a big largemouth. So that's what, in my mind makes this such a compelling tournament, is because you're, unless you just completely zero, you're never going to be completely out of it, regardless how far down you are.
Yeah, that's what makes Martin such a great tournament lake, and I think why it's one of the more popular lakes in Alabama, believe it or not, from a boat number side of things.
Sure.
When you're running tournaments, you're always going to get decent participation when you're at Martin, and I think everybody realizes that you do have a good shot at that one big bite and having cookie cutter limit and being in it. So it's a fun place to fish. You catch a ton of fish when you come here. In high school tournaments, 230, 240 boats out of this place, and it's packed here at Wind Creek. You cannot move.
Guy on the right side of that screen probably won a few of those high school tournaments.
Yeah.
Why'd you skip like that?
He was just complaining about that skip. You saw that, and he said, that was a bad one.
That would be my best.
And that is why we're in here and he's out there.
Hank, obviously a good visual there of the water being down where Easton's at. You were talking about this being a every year thing. Like what stage of the year typically do we see this draw down?
Yeah, so this is Southern Company Lake. It's actually 100 years old this year, I think.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy to believe. But yeah, traditionally it was built for hydroelectric power and flood control. Growing up my whole life, winter drawdown was 11 feet. They changed that a few years back. It's either 6 or 7 feet now. So probably getting close to what they call plug day. I think that's in probably early April, if I'm not mistaken. But it'll start coming up. But here's the problem. The state's in a drought. I noticed that driving over Elkahatchee Creek. That's traditionally a stained water creek. A lot of guys who didn't like fishing in the clear water would go there. It's clear, meaning there's not a lot of water coming in. Now, that can quickly change in the spring in Alabama, but it's down its normal winter level at the moment and holding, but there's just not a lot of water coming in from these backs of creeks and the Tallapoosa River and all of that. It's interesting to see it in this state. I'd be curious to see how much dirty water, stained water there is out there.
Not a lot.
Not that we've seen on camera, that's for sure.
If you usually go left at a Wind Creek and run upriver, you can find it pretty quickly. down lakes, the more traditionally clear areas, down around the ridge and Castaway and Collagen, all those places, and upriver Stain, but it didn't look like that when I came over the lake this morning.
Just went back and watched the 2018 Elite Series show from a few years back yesterday. It made me wonder, is there a possibility of somebody running up the river and finding just a complete magic spot like
one
Maury
cast?
did? I mean, like, based on everything I'd heard from anglers previous to coming into this tournament, it sounded like you'd never see that, but then you watch that and you're like, well, it can happen. I mean,
not going to be a lot of current.
Sure.
So, but there's big fish up there. Usually guys who run upriver have a shot of catching a really good one, like 6-pounder, so which would be a really big mover for this one. Almost get you paid for the whole week.
And let's be honest, that was rare even then.
Yeah.
I remember Talk every day, like saying on stage, they were there again. Like, I hope they're there again tomorrow. And he stuck on them 4 days and got another title to his name. Right now, whoa, look at all those double digits. Half our top 10 are now in double digits. Kyle Jesse Martin is showing up. What's it going to take to make top 50 here, Hank Weldon?
Top 50, 19 pounds. No, top 50. I'm thinking top 10. Yeah, probably 18, 19 pounds. So.
Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series back in your life, and this is the second stop of the 2026 season. Lippert Bassmaster Elite at Lake Martin, the second stop in the birth state of Bassmaster, Alabama, and a much different body of water this time around. It's one state, but it is very versatile. I mean, from salt water to everything, you can get it all here in Alabama, and we are showing it. But let's get out in the water, a guy who I love to spend time with, whether it's on the water, on the stage, or just hanging out. Takumi Ito. Said he didn't need forward-facing sonar anymore, but has clearly changed his thoughts on that because he's back to it, as is the majority of our field. How ironic is it? And I can bust on him because he's a guy who I very tight with, but John Cox, how ironic is it? The guy that has no forward-facing sonar, has famous at it, most technical time in the sport, he doesn't even put it on his boat. At our first forward-facing sonar event, hooked up live.
It's gonna be a good one. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to call.
2.
Smallest fish, a 10-ouncer.
It's okay.
That'll help.
How much fun is that? Catching those feisty spotted bass on spinning tackle. Just watching that one come up, shake his head at the boat. That is awesome. Clear water.
Guessing probably a Christmas tree pile. There's thousands of those out in front of docks. Probably a green light on it too.
We did see some green lights earlier on.
Oh yeah, nice.
Does anybody actually throw out their Christmas trees in Alabama?
If they do make it to the road, they're quickly swept up by not the cities. I mean, you have guys that are retrofitting old pontoon boats that are just brush droppers,
brush barges. Is
Yeah,
what they're
exactly.
Called, yeah.
They weld or they cut the railings off and then they just dump them.
Wow.
But that is the difference between Martin and Smith, kind of the two comparable lakes in this tournament or in Alabama. Is Southern Company clear cut everything on this lake. At Smith they left the trees at about the 90-foot mark. So there's a forest below that. There's not here, which makes me wonder about the blueback. They don't really have a place to hide on this lake.
That's why they keep chewing through them.
Exactly.
Now over to Emil Wagner. Hooked up live.
Just another little Lake Martin special. I'm telling you, we go out in the middle and catch a million of these. Gave us 0.04. Doesn't look right, but I think I messed something up there.
Hank, you kind of watch all these guys on the way up. Obviously, they qualify through the opens. Will you be honest with me? Do you cheer for them a little more?
It is. I don't think you really have to anymore because of the gauntlet the opens are. But I do find myself, especially that first event of the elite, finding the rookies and seeing how they did. So it's a good mix last week. Some had a tougher tournament, but again, they're fishing against 90 of the best anglers in the world. So, but yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say I pull for or against them, but I do find where they are on the leaderboard.
You're going to say that.
Literally see the bait ball.
You're such a Weldon.
On the bottom or near the bottom.
Can't deny that.
Saw him shoot up. The bait they eat here is tiny, so it just looks like a little fuzz. And then I cut him off as he was swimming through the bait. I caught him. I don't think he's going to help. It helps a little bit. Damn. I'm used to these Lanier fish. These ones don't really do it for me. That is a better than average Lake Martin spot. Again, filler fish. Take these for now, but we need them to get bigger. Yeah, that's right. All right. I got to throw back red. Get back in business. I think it's going to take probably
hardest working thing in this tournament is going to be that right there, your scale or your balance beam, because it's going to be a lot of that this week.
Who can get those 4 like that and then that 1 3-4 pounder? I'd watch the dock bite later in the day as this water warms.
Gary Russ Lane hooked up live.
A little better. And their teeth are tough. Break that line like that. I believe the little largemouth from this morning. There's some willards in there.
Speaking of that gauntlet that is the opens, I've said it a bunch of times, but how impressive is it to see Russ Lane?
Now, he had a great division last year and then turned around and had a great EQ. That's what's so cool about that format now is I label it postseason of bass fishing. And, you may have a great regular season, but then you still got to turn around and produce in the playoffs too. And it's just not easy anymore. And he did well in both. Watch out for him at the 10 Tom. He had a top 10 there. And that's really more Russ's style. I know he's from here, fished this lake a lot, but he likes that dirty, shallow grass
It gives us
fishery, river fishery.
probably 5 more ounces. That's the name of the game, though, on Lake Martin.
It was funny watching him when we had all 10 anglers, and I think he could have been their dads. All of them. Yeah, and there was that one Russ Lane. And
over there where I was earlier, we were not aggressive at all. So,
You feel like it's an area thing, or you feel like it's
If you were fishing this tournament, Hank, what would your strategy be?
probably try to catch a good one early.
A little bit of both.
Because again, you always want to go one fish at a time.
You know, of course, later in the day,
Dad always stressed
it should be
that.
a little better.
But you feel pretty good about getting £1.25 spots in there, right? So big early, fill the limit midday, and then hope for that big bite on the dock at the end of the day.
And there was more largemouths over there. But we'll see if we can call a few more times, and then we'll decide if we need to head back up the river and fish some dirty water for a largemouth for the last couple hours or so.
There's a side of rustling you don't see all the time, but I saw it when you guys did that champagne celebration. I mean, he was giddy like that, and when he shaved Tristan McCormick's head, the most giddy I've ever seen Russ Lane in my life.
Shows you how important an Elite Series berth is.
Yeah. Well, we're happy to have him back on the Elite Series. Very few individuals have gone and double qualified for the Elite Series, and happy to add Russ Lane to that group. Lake Martin, day number 1. 101 anglers in the field, and the quest is to get inside the top 50 after tomorrow, but that'll look at your leaderboard. You see Will Davis, Scott Canterbury, Jeff Gustafson, our Phoenix Boat Big Bass leader, is in 3rd place. Kyle Patrick recovering from a tough event. But it's not just the top 10 we're looking at. Look at there. Oh, Trey McKinney once again in the mix. Austin Cranford after a very tough first event. Keep your eyes on him, especially in the scoping events. Matt Messer, Carl Jacobson, David Gaston, Wes Logan again in the mix. O'Brownie needs to have a few events. It's great to see Chris Naldane in there. Jay Shakurik's always there. Combs.
The Lippert Progressive Bassmaster Elite from Lake Martin. Sponsored by Toyota. By Nitro Boats. And by Humminbird. Getting close to the midday point here. We are to the midday point in our proceedings as we get ready for some more fishing here at the second stop of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series in Alabama. Will Davis Jr., the man on top. We got, our top 6 anglers are in the double digits as it stands right now, so we are progressing through the day. And of course, we got the full field out there on Lake Martin, all 44,000 acres of it, with 750 miles of shoreline. Take you down to the southern portion of the lake, and that's where we're going to find 51st place Russ Lane. We're just down the road in Prattville, Alabama.
I don't think he got it. Yeah, he did. A little better spot. Call another one. I think. Oh. Look at them bullets. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably about 3 more ounces. A little bit better now. Just, I know I don't have any weight, but I'm getting my base where it needs to be, where I can go back to fishing for big ones.
Whether you're painting or fishing, it's important to lay down a base.
It is. It is, but then also, you say, why don't you always fish for those big ones? Well, you need that base.
Yeah, that's right.
Because it can be very time consuming and you might not be successful.
The big ones might just let you down as far as numbers go. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Jacob Fouch just landed our 6th fish of 3 pounds or more. He's in our top 5.
He's been up there in the top 10 for a little while now. Taquito looking to cull here.
Small one, but I think a call.
A good tournament in Gunnersville, 24th place. Good start to the season.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
I think his are little. We have 60 anglers on Bass Track with fish. We're missing a few Bass Tracks. The smallest limit, and I don't believe him, Greg Hackney, 5 fish for 2 pounds, 5 ounces.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
3 in there listed as 6 ounces.
No.
You took the bait, though.
We don't need bait.
You mentioned his name, even though he's got a very small
We saw
limit.
the line moving off.
That's right.
Oh.
Taku again.
Little bit.
That was a little help, but
a few ounces here and a few ounces there.
They're so close, he had to ballast beam every fish back to back.
I can tell it's a skill you need to fish here. That's being fast with that beam and the scale.
And he is.
He is. And Emil Wagner, watch him with the scale. He'll sling it up under his arm and do his business, gets in, and the fish is out of the boat in 15 seconds. He's really good at it.
It's all about Being efficient with your time and your efforts.
Yeah.
Leader Will Davis, 10 pounds, 10 ounces.
Still running some of these crankbait places, just trying to get that sun up as high as I can get it before I run a few key places today. And I believe it's setting up right. It's that time of day where it's been a lull for me. And it's just like they're in a transition every day. They wouldn't be if the water temperature, you know, was a lot higher, you know, just not a lot, a couple degrees. I'm at 1.7 right now. And if it was more stable, they'd be stable more, but they're moving every day, and it's just one of them deals that you gotta just give it time and let them pull up where they need to be. I can tell you one thing, there's not a cloud in the sky. Which makes fishing pretty tough this time of year, in my opinion.
Will Davis, our unofficial leader. He really did exactly what every angler hopes to do when coming to Lake Martin. Start your morning off with a solid largemouth, 3 pounds plus, and then feel your limit. And he'll increase his weight, I think, during the afternoon, but getting that 3+ pounder in the boat early means everything here.
And when you have a day where you catch 2 3s in the first hour or two, then you know I have a chance to really put a big weight on the scales today.
Steve Kennedy put a 3 pounder up early today. 3.2, I think.
How you feeling about this afternoon based so far?
I started out with a bang this morning with that big one, but it's been tough since. I've still got a lot of areas I can go catch, you know, those 1.5 pounds, maybe even up to like 112 spotted bass out there shaking a minnow, but I really don't want to go do it. I want to catch another big one, so trying to stay up here in this dirtier water. And anyway, so far it's not working. I mean, all you gotta do is look up. It's post-frontal in these clear water lakes. It gets hard sometimes, and there's windows when they bite. So we've got that 4:30 flight today. The sun's gonna warm up the water some, and hopefully when it gets a little bit, light gets a little bit lower, they're gonna eat. So, but yeah, we're probably gonna head down in the clear water at some point. But right now we're chunking and whining in the dirty stuff. And there he is. Hey, he might call. Come on, 15 ounces. There's a bunch of fish up here, but yeah. Giant bass. Mercer would be proud. They're just another spot right out there where I think I can catch me one. But there's supposed to be some good ones. Oh, I might have to get wet for that. A whopping 1-0.
Steve likes to let us know that they're small.
Yes, Steve does a good job of that.
They are small, and they've been generally small for him today. Hey, start with a bang, like you said.
Just in case there's a first-time viewer, you know, we're not still at Gunnersville, even though it was fun.
That's right. Falcon Rod's Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing Challenge. It's one of 3 Bassmaster fantasy games. This one the most complicated, probably. You pick 8 anglers for each tournament, but once you pick them, they're off your list for the rest of the year, so you have to think in terms of the entire season. Lots of fun. Falcon, Bassmaster, Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing. Check it out at Bassmaster.com and do it at our next stop, the Bassmaster Classic. We are back at Lake Martin in Alabama. This is Bassmaster Live, and this is day number 2 of the Lippert Progressive Bassmaster Elite event, second of the year. Full field out there fishing on this day. 100-year-old Lake Martin. Real Alabama landmark here for sure, and 2 Alabamans. In our top 3, Will Davis and Scott Canterbury, Drew Cook of Georgia. In between those 2, the Canadian Jeff Gustafson from Cooperstown, New York, Kyle Patrick, and on down the field right there. We got a rookie in our top 10 as it stands right now, Michigan's Aaron Jagfeld. Hold up the side for the new class of 2026 on the Bassmaster Elite Series. We got some bonus coverage. That's a new feature this year from selected anglers, and you can watch Chris Zaldain. Get ready for that over at Bassmaster.com, here on Bassmaster.com if you want to watch him all day long. But this was just sent in to us. Take a look.
Uh-oh. Oh, stay on there. Oh, stay on there. Yes, sir. Those are all largemouth right there.
Ooh, she wide as a ghost.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, my weights are all screwed up now. I think I need probably 114 to 4.3. Yeah.
Zaldain's just outside the top 10. Carl Jackson, our latest with the 3-pounder. He's in our top 10 now with 10 pounds and 6 ounces.
Three-pounders go a long, long way here. They will all week.
That's all right. Yeah, this morning we started deep ditches. All of practice, they were up in them really good. We had a lot of kind of cloudy mornings. And yeah, it was a little bit tougher today with the high skies. And, you know, by the time we took off and made the trek down here, you know, it was super bright outside and they were super deep. We did get two good ones. You know, two not so good ones. We got 4 fish right now. Yeah, now we're shallow, hunting them down. We're hitting south-facing pockets, which are the first pockets to warm up. But yeah, should only get better and better here as the day goes on. So we're just looking for a couple more bites the rest of the day now. You like that one?
No reward.
Couple things, seeing Easton up shallow in these pockets throwing a bigger swim bait, trying to catch that big largemouth when he still doesn't have his 5 fish limit. I think that's, he knows he needs a big largemouth, and I think he also has enough confidence that if this doesn't work, he doesn't need a lot of time to go catch a fifth spot, a keeper, just a keeper.
He's in the 3rd flight, so he didn't check in till 4.
Once early March and that fall open last year, or 2 years ago. Yep. Yeah.
Terrible cast. Well, I'm letting it warm up right now, and I know the later in the day it gets, the better your odds of catching a largemouth, a big largemouth. And I got a limit, and they're probably a little less than average, so. But I just don't think I need to spend a whole lot of time fishing for spots. I need to do stuff like this. So probably gonna do this, fish more back end stuff, trash and docks, swim bait, pitch a worm around trash and stuff. And I mean, that don't seem to be working, then I'll run back up and try to get in some dirty water the last hour and a half. This is not the day you want to be in the last flight. Right? Being in the last flight is huge this time of year here. And we got this little front, so it makes it even a little worse. But all needs one bite. Just one bite away from being in a good position.
It's like we were talking about earlier. It's all relative. He's in 47th place, saying all needs one bite to be in a good position. Maybe not leading, but in top 10, one bite away. Be the same thing at Guntersville. That bite would just need to be a bigger fish.
Yep.
But, he needs a 3 or 4 pounder to totally change his day and put him in a good position. Last week it took a 6+ pounder to do that oftentimes.
It's the same deal, just different scale.
Yep.
Yeah.
Come on, it's mid-February. It's time to catch big ones. This winter stuff.
Little bonus there. The hack attack.
Oh, we do. We're so used to seeing him on shows regularly. I didn't think of anything of it when he pops up here. But yeah, we don't have a regular camera, but we got one of our bonus cameras in with him. Look at this.
We're gonna get rid of one.
That's better.
Better.
That's got to cull if all of them are 8 ounces.
Exactly.
Nice. Nice.
Bonus
Definitely
coverage there. Good
definitely
stuff.
an upgrade.
Yeah. Has to be. A lot of laydowns on this lake. A lot of fresh-looking laydowns, as a matter of fact. Will Davis hanging in there. First guy to catch a fish for us today, and it was a good one, and he has kept the pace.
Top 10 with 10, Tommy.
Woo, man.
Gangbusters.
10, 10, 10s. 3 10s across the board. Drew Cook, Scott Canterbury, Scott Jacobson, Carl Jacobson, Jeff Gustafson. Our top 5 as it stands right now, all the way down to Brandon Lester. We've got plenty more coming this afternoon.
So we're here in mid-February. The lake's about 6 or 7 feet low, and we have a warming trend in February. So my home lake, Lake Lanier, Lake Hartwell, Lake Allatoona, it actually sets up really similar to this. The only difference being obviously the size of the fish. They're a lot smaller. But man, like I said, we're gonna see a ton of numbers, and guys are gonna be able to pick their poison. Me personally, I am a spotted bass guy. That's what I love to fish for. It's what I love to catch. And I've spent my whole life, learning how to trigger those bigger spotted bass and find them. It's just gonna be a little different. You're gonna see some different techniques at the different lakes, but I'm stoked for it, personally.
Bill Wagner, along with Paul Marks, 2 of the big sticks from Lake Lanier, who qualified in 24 to fish the Elites. Rookie year was last year. Bill may be, is he the only elite angler we've ever had that was born in Norway? Is that right?
Denmark.
Denmark, that's right.
Was he Dutch? I think that's, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Met his family, great family, and I don't know how he got the short end of the stick. I think all of his brothers are like 2 feet taller than him and play basketball, so I don't know he got the height for a fisherman, but he's got the skills and ability too. Won an EQ event at Champlain. A lot of our rookies, even though the class was so good, all of them had a bumpy event or 2 last year. It wasn't all cuts made for them. And we're seeing that with our rookie class this year too. Just some bumps will be had in the road.
Some of them got their early bump out of the way.
Yeah, they hope. They hope it's the only bump.
Absolutely. That's our top 10 as it stands right now, as we are definitely into the second half of our 8 hours of fishing on day number 1. I think I mistakenly said day number 2 earlier. I didn't throw anybody off.
No, you're fine. I didn't realize Emil Wagner actually fished our college series as well. He's teetering on that age line of like, did you fish college, did you not? He went to Ole Miss and he actually fished quite a bit solo as well in those college events, did pretty good. Almost won Team of the Year 1 year before jumping out of that into the opens.
Might be a dark horse at the 10-ton waterway.
Yeah.
So did he get the short end of the stick by being a professional angler and not a basketball player?
Well, I don't know. It's even a smaller percentage to go pro in basketball, but.
So his brothers playing the NBA?
No.
I didn't think so.
They play the sport.
They play the sport, but he plays the sport he chooses professionally.
They're still younger than him. Yes.
In the backyard at the. Hey, Kyle Patrick just took over the lead with 10 pounds 14 ounces. Caught a 2 pound 3 ouncer, second one. He's got that 3-2 from earlier.
And Wagner hooked up.
Not big enough.
Really cool hearing him embrace fishing for these spotted bass on lakes like this. Not talking smack about I wish I was catching Florida strain 12 pounders.
Yeah. Who doesn't? That's boring.
Barely.
Everybody wishes they were.
But to answer your question, yes, he got the short end of the stick, but not career-wise. He's doing very good in this fishing game. Won a lot of big tournaments to get to the elites, and now obviously showing his first year out here, Tommy, that he is.
I was just guessing that he's made more money fishing than his brothers have made playing basketball.
Oh, absolutely. No, he is the one to watch.
Bass Track has an AOI update with the current position, not counting. And Brandon Lester and Wes Logan are tied for second AOI. Trey McKinney just jumped to first.
There we go.
Got it. Good one.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Good one. Hee hee.
I'm starting to feel, these anglers feel that a 2.5 pounder means a lot. Be careful with it, don't lose it. See Taku. Pretty excited about catching that fish.
Yeah, no swinging them in on this day. Anything over 2.
Right.
Yeah, that's baby.
That last
one? 2. 1でしょ、4でしょ。
I think that's his biggest fish yet.
I believe you're right.
Two and a half, maybe?
He's got a little heft on him. He's long. Got a little bit of heft on him.
No big. No big, but it's cold. Yeah, now it's warming up. So sun it's warm up the temperature. Yeah, it's fish sorry. Fish coming up. Not big, but
You nailed it, Tommy. He is a very efficient balance beaming.
Oh my gosh, he is
pro angler.
He's like these pit crews, you know. He must work out and practice at home.
Might help. Might just help a little bit. Oh yeah, 2 ounces, baby. 1 ounce. Number 5. Much to him, but we're getting there. Slowly but surely. One 8, yes sir.
Davis just picked up 1 ounce. Kyle Patrick just picked up 2 ounces. He's the first angler at 11 pounds even.
Little Wagner on the move. So we had some good places, respectively great places in practice. Caught some good ones. We'll see if any of those can be located again today. Don't forget about the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series. This season is up and running. Just finished a big tournament on the chain of lakes in Orlando there.
Kissimmee
Lake
Chains,
Toho,
yeah,
Kissimmee Chain.
that's the start of the season. College, opens, kayak, all starting there.
If you want to get in one, the next one available to sign up for is Caddo Lake, Lake Vistino, Shreveport, Louisiana, April 18th and 19th. Hit the QR code, learn all about it, and get involved in it today. It's the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Season is underway. Had a big one at Lake Guntersville last weekend to start. We have moved down just 3 hours away. Here in Alexander City, Alabama at Lake Martin, and Kyle Patrick, Cooperstown, New York, has now taken over the top spot, the first one to crack 11 pounds on this day. Day one action here as we move further into the afternoon. As a matter of fact, Kyle Patrick, one of the anglers that we can offer you occasionally some bonus coverage of during the course of this tournament. And here it is. This may be the one that put him on top.
Yes.
That was just a mushy big bite.
No, it was a snag. He hit it off the rock.
You ate it when you got it off.
Yes. Two-pounder. 2 and 3.
Watch some more of Kyle Patrick. You can find that camera on Bassmaster.com. He's now ahead of
Well,
Davis.
it's kind of been kind of tough a little bit. Few fish up there roaming around. Just it's been a grind for a little bit, but it's about to pick up. Water temperature's heating up. Little bitty ones getting it, and need them great old big ones. That's the thing with Lake Martin, you never know when that big bite's gonna happen. Could happen any second.
Got a quick story here. It's pretty cool. Ken Chambers on Freedom Marine there at Guntersville, Alabama, just texted me that his father-in-law caught what is thought to be the lake record spotted bass on Lake Martin. 7.11 caught in a open on a Davis spinnerbait.
Wow. And
Will was there and got to release the fish when he was like 7 years old.
Wow.
A 7-pounder released by Will Davis.
Will has
caught
touched
on
the
his
lake
dad's
record.
spinnerbait. Yes.
All right.
Could still be lurking around, or maybe it's children or grandchildren.
That's right.
7-pounder in 99. That's a long, lot of genes.
So right now the little bit warm, so fish coming up shallow. So I try to find a brush pile and a couple fish. So, but it's pretty tough. But I try to get a bite. Still, I can see a couple good one, but no bite. But water is warm now, so hopefully fish get a bite. I think so.
£7-pounder way back then. It's got to be a few 6s or 7s swimming around now.
Oh, yeah. Bound to be.
A lot of practice with bad casts. That sucker keeps gliding on me.
We've seen Taku off the bank a little, and him not a lot, but it's amazing how these anglers.
You pointed that out early, yeah. Looks like not a bad one.
Yep. I think that'll help him.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, he come out of there like a bat out of heck, didn't he? $112.
Regain the lead from Kyle Patrick.
Keep him 1 ounce behind him if he said 112. He's 5 ounces back right now. Fast track.
Let's back to our bonus coverage here. We saw Jacob Poroznik this morning. Earlier.
Golly, what about?
Yeah.
What, Pat?
Yes.
What?
You did it again.
I done did it again. Pat, I didn't mean to.
Whoops. He did it.
Are you kidding me?
That's a Lake Martine prize.
Are you kidding me right now? Dude, that's like a dang, that's like winning a lottery, Pat.
What's that do for your psyche?
This makes me...
Oh, big head, dude.
Well, I didn't want to rush down here because... Dude.
What is it?
Almost 2 3/4.
I thought it was 2. It helps a lot.
Are you kidding me?
A lot. That's it.
Good upgrade there.
Good upgrade. Good bonus coverage. We sure like that. We like that new addition to our coverage. Drew Cook, man on top right now. Changing the leaderboard.
Spawning somewhere.
Yeah,
some pocket.
they must be somewhere. Everyone says it's getting warmer and they're coming up a little bit higher. So we'll see what happens in the next hour. Could be really, really good here. Top 10 also includes Aaron Jagfeld. Still, we got a rookie in there. Whole lot of good stuff going on out here. Bassmaster Pick'em Challenge, TH Marine Pick'em Challenge, the third fantasy game you can play. That's a series of 7 matchups like, we got Tristan McCormick and John Garrett. That's a Bethel matchup. We got Russ Lane and Stephen Kennedy, an Alabama matchup. Good stuff. Logan Park and Sam Hangy, an Auburn matchup. Pick the winners and you win.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Great having you with us on Bassmaster Live today. This progressive Bassmaster Elite Series event on Lake Martin, Alexander City, Alabama. Second stop of the year, first day action, full field. Out there doing the best they can. Different set of expectations, a different scale on fish size this week, but still it's just the same setup. Whoever catches the most poundage is going to win at the end of it all. Show you our unofficial leaderboard right now. Show you a few pages of it, including Drew Cook of Georgia. On top, Kyle Patrick. spent some time up there. Will Davis, probably more time than anyone atop that leaderboard today. We got some more Alabama anglers high in the standings here. Carl Jacobson, Scott Canterbury from Alabama, Jeff Gustafson had a good tournament up at Guntersville. Aaron Jagfield had a bad tournament up at Guntersville, trying to turn things around. Brandon Lester always strong this time of year. Trey McKinney, we understand, unofficially, Such informed us, is the unofficial. It won't be official till the
That's changed already, Tommy. That's changed.
Oh, okay, he's not the leader in Progressive Bassmaster.
Not right now. Drew Cook taking the lead. Is
Drew
tied.
Cook on top. Unofficial. Wes Logan of Alabama in there. Good tournament last week for Wes, that's for sure. Okay, Shakura. You know he's going to be lurking all season long. Seth Fighter, Bill Lowen won the first event of the year last year down in Florida. There's Emil Wagner. We've been with him all day long, and we'll continue to be with him as we go through it. Stetson Blaylock, second place, runner-up. Guntersville, hanging in there in the top 50 as it stands right now.
Hey,
he's doing well.
If Blaylock sneaks in and wins this tournament by Sunday, then he's the most dangerous when he gets second, because last time he got second in the lead, he won the next week.
Oh.
He got second yet last week. Maybe he wins this week.
We'll keep an eye on that for sure. Big Daddy Russ Lane sitting in the 60th spot there. And we got a lot of anglers who we are not getting reports from yet because they don't have marshals or for whatever reason. And there's some names in there.
Both Johnstons.
Oh, yeah, both of the Johnstons. We got Dakota Eber, Kyoya Fujita, Jordan Lee.
I say we do have a lot. Like, we have about
birthday boy Kyle Welcher, 33 today.
Another Alabama.
Happy birthday.
Don't know what he's got.
Got about 60 or so without marshals.
Yeah.
And 30 of those anglers are reporting on their own, which is a good, you know.
Oh,
like,
yeah, we appreciate
they're piecing that together a little bit more.
You notice once they get a decent bag that they put them all in and it pops in.
Knock the rod out of my hand.
In the southern late
Begging
section.
ain't gonna miss that thing though.
Russ Lane.
Spots, that's what it was. Golly.
He's had a forgettable season at EQs his first year. Then last year, he bombed at the first tournament, had his eyes checked, got LASIK surgery. His eyes improved, dialed it in at 60 feet, I believe. He was casting better, and he almost won the EQ 80Y in the last event. He's been doing better since. Eyesight is big for anglers. You know that, Davey.
Oh, it's very important. I didn't know that story, though. I didn't know that he had the LASIK surgery.
Yeah, Randall Thorpe said, "Man, you go have your eyes checked." He couldn't have passed he didn't pass the driver's exam. You know, when you go in there and say right, left, big.
Wow, I didn't know that.
I think that's about the same, ain't it? I know it is. I need to figure out which one's the smallest. I'm gonna keep doing this.
Couple bites in a row there. I think this one is actually going to help Russ. It's interesting watching these anglers. Not just fishing, but what they do in the boat and how they, manage their day. Taku balance beams every fish. Russ grabs all 5 color rings and pulls them all out and looks at every one of them every time. That's pretty cool.
Here one time.
Oh, he's hooked up again.
Oh, he was on a nest.
Oh, no about that one.
Everything he's got goes 1-0 to 1.5.
I think that's his third fish from right out from under this one dock. Actually, two of them came off the shade beside the dock, not even under the dock. Might be a little piece of brush there or something like that.
When did he have this LASIK surgery, Such?
Right after the first Open last year.
Okay.
So it was early in the season. It was just around classic time, I guess.
You know, he had a career as a professional baseball pitcher before he became a. I wonder if he had that surgery back then, he might still be a pitcher.
His eyes were probably just better then because he was younger. That was
that's
maybe not though. Who knows?
Like Jameis Winston. Leads the league in interceptions, then gets LASIK, and you're like, oh man, he couldn't see the whole year he was throwing the ball.
I'm better than this. I know I'm better than this.
Then his first pass of the next season.
Out. Maybe I'll start talking better.
Then the first pass of the next season gets picked off. He said, nah, that's just Jameis. That's just Jameis.
I mean, I'm starting to get more bites, but that ain't necessarily the deal. Like I literally just need like 2 good largemouth bites, and I'm fishing for them. I mean, I'm not trying to catch spots under this dock. I mean, but this is like the kind of dock you could catch a big largemouth under. It's got bait and fish spots all up under it. I like a little bit dingier water.
Got him.
I think we're down to the real little ones now. And I still see, oh my gosh, there's just a little wad of them. Oh well. Back to the swim bait.
Lots of friends in this area of the country, Tommy. And we were talking earlier about why these spots seem to be smaller and not having the food available for them. So Trip Weldon even sent me a text saying that a few years back, the population of blueback heron was starting to rise in this lake, and the fish were looking better and doing better, and then they've kind of disappeared. And after that, good friend Bobby Paget is a great fisherman in the Georgia, Alabama, especially Lake Eufaula, the southern part of Alabama, but a great fisherman everywhere. It said that the bluebacks were there and doing well, and one summer they had a lot of rain, unusual rain, and they generated continuously through the summer that year, and the thermocline never really set up, and it killed off a lot of the stripers and most of the blueback heron population, which makes sense.
Yeah. Huh. And then it goes to your conclusion. If you live in a place that doesn't have much food, you're not going to get much bigger.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, there's a good explanation. There's
good explanation.
We were listening to Steve Kennedy earlier, and we're seeing the different zones, not specific spots, but different regions of Lake Martin that some of these anglers are fishing. And when you think about, we're looking at the Deep Dive app, so a way to maybe help your practice a little bit better is dialing in water clarity. Looking at the water clarity, we know Lake Martin overall is pretty pretty clear, and you're looking for some dingy stained water, and you can go and sort it by filter and weed out specific ones, or you can look at it as a whole and see where dirtier spots can be. And so you start to see the backs of most of these creeks. It makes sense the backs of creeks would be, because that's where stuff can flow into and create a little dirtier, but you can see the red and orange in the backs of the creeks where that sustained stained water may live compared to the main lake. Let me delete this. Compared to the main drag, where the heart of this lake is going to be that clearer or greener water in some places. And so you can even see when you get up the river, it's not red and orange in some places. Maybe it's cleared up since water has filtered through, but for the most part, it is more of a green or a light blue, a darker blue versus the light blue clear portions of the mid lake and ultra clear as we get down towards the dam. So water clarity might be a big deal. You can see Kalijah, that whole west portion overall, from the bridge at Kalijah all the way to the backs of the creeks, that looks to be the most stained portion of Martin when you compare it to the rest of them. So looking for water that you can maybe fish more than just a pocket or two shallow, that seems to be the region that some guys might be in, or you go up the river and chase that. But if we get that rain you're talking about, Tommy, later in this week, that could hit it. You may see some places pop up orange on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, that's to me one of the neatest tools of that Deep Dive app, being able to see that watercolor in different parts. History will tell you certain arms in the feeder, the bigger rivers, are going to naturally have more color, but when you start getting localized rains over on the west side of the lake or the east side, and you can pop that up in the morning before takeoff and plan your day accordingly, that's a huge advantage.
And most of the time, as we see Emil Wagner hooked up, like 10 killer.
Right kind.
You're live.
Little Lake Martin largemouth there. Don't believe he's gonna help, but caught him under that really shallow dock, which we're running a bunch of these and trying to catch a kicker to try to get us where we need to be, but they're proving finicky. We just pulled up on one of my docks that had like 4 or 5 nice ones on it, and there was like probably 15 of them. They always sit in the tightest spot, the hardest spot to get to, and I got in there, but there's bite windows out here, 100%. We talked about it in practice. There are just certain times of day they don't bite nearly at all. So I think we're in one of those kind of bad bite windows right now, but we only got so much time. So we got to take advantage when they do start biting. I think we're going to run into a good one here soon, though. I have a feeling. Here comes one right here. He's not going to bite. But about to run some more docks. I got one back here I shook off, probably the biggest one I shook off in practice, and it is in like 2 feet of water in the very back. So there's a little dredge under the dock. So I'm gonna go hit that one, hit 2 or 3 more docks. If we don't get bit, I think we're gonna hightail it down to the dam. I caught a 3-pounder down there yesterday and a couple other nice ones on some flat points and stuff. So gotta keep an open mind.
To finish that deep dive point, the water clarity, important, but that doesn't always tell the story because that's currently what it is, but projecting what could be dirty, like at 10 Killer, the stream flow, that small creek to the east of 10 Killer was the one that Kyle Welcher, it was more water pumping through than the main river flowing down 10 Killer.
Oh yeah,
it got the swiftest, dirtiest, and you can see that stream flow, hey, if it rains coming off that mountain, this is the creek that's gonna get it. And so you can project that, hey, it's clean today, dirty tomorrow.
And that was just an absolute deluge too. For a long period of time.
We kept saying it. All this rain coming in, somewhere's got to be plumping in big time. And then the final day, Welcher pulls up and can't even stay.
Yeah, it looks like the Colorado River back there.
Can't even stay spot locked in the area.
Joyce Fuentes in our top 10 with 5 2-pounders, and Carl Jacobson just called with 2.5.
You can't force it out here as much as you want to. You just got to fish hard and
Joey needs it.
Really enjoying starting our year here in the state of Alabama. You get the benefit of the knowledge of so many of these fine Alabama anglers. One of them, Gerald Swindle, who's been telling us how it's going to go down on these lakes on our Hummingbird Day on the Lake.
Hey guys, it's Gerald Swindle, and let's talk about the Lake Martin event and some of the tools that's going to be used. It is an FFS tournament, but it won't only be dominated with that. The Hummingbird 360 will be a player here. The reason why is you can find targets, brush piles, single stumps. You can score the distance out, look at the chart, say it's 80 feet out. You can see the orientation of which way to throw, hold your boat position, and help find the target. Come with me and I'll show you just how easy it is to notice the target, find it, and know where to cast. Come on. See 360 coming around. I got a really hard bottom right here. See how wide it is? Got a little bit of broke up rock and a piece of a tree right here. So when I'm looking at my 360, view the boat is straight up 12 o'clock. Everything to the right is where you want to cast, to the right, everything to the left. So let's look at it as a clock. This is 12 o'clock. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way around to 6. So kind of keep that in your mind as a clock and where to throw. If I wanted to hit this hard place, it's going to be right here off the side of the boat. See the limbs off this tree coming out. You got your rings, casting rings 20, 40, 60, 80. Use the rings, the direction of it, where it's your way to throw. You make a very accurate cast and speed up. And this looks like a good place we need to be casting right there.
The Lippert Elite, part of the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, stop number 2 for this year of 2026. And we are, for the first time since 2018, on Lake Martin here in Alexander City, Alabama. This impoundment on the Tallapoosa River has been around officially for 100 years. This year of 2026, we're here to help them celebrate it. We celebrate everyone that's made it happen. And if you're just joining up with us now, why don't we get you caught up on what's gone on here as we turn to our Toyota Midday Report. We'll start with second-year Bassmaster Elite angler Emil Wagner from the state of Georgia. We spent a lot of time with Emil today.
Yeah, Emil had a great top 10 here.
Yeah, he fished that Open in 2024.
Yeah, he had a great start. Ended up qualifying for the Elite Series from that tournament, Tommy. And this kind of just sets up, like you said, Allatoona, Lanier, Hartwell, places that he's grown up, that he knows real well. Feels comfortable. For a lot of anglers who don't have a ton of experience at Martin Davy Height, if you could draw parallels to something you fish at home, probably bring you more confidence.
Yeah, and it's currently unofficially in 42nd place, but I'm really happy that we've had a camera with him today. He's embraced the fact that these are spotted bass. They're not going to be, great big heavy stringers weighed in here, but this is what he enjoys doing, and it's a very realistic place to fish, like a lot of other places in the country. Like Hartwell, somewhat similar, certainly Lanier, a little heavier spots there at Lanier right now, but I can certainly remember today when 10 pounds limits of spotted bass were huge at Lake Lanier also.
Steve Kennedy, we got with him early today, and he put a good one in the boat. 3 pounds plus to get his day started. That's the way to go on a place that he's very familiar with.
Yeah, ditto, currently unofficially in 39th place, but it doesn't matter. I think when you get a chance to watch someone on their home lake, somewhere where he said he's fished his entire life since he was a little kid, you can learn a lot. Even though he started the day with that good 3+ pounder, hasn't caught any other, anchor type fish, but to see the way he approaches this lake in a tournament situation, you certainly learn a lot from Steve Kennedy here on Lake Martin.
Definitely one of the favorites among the fantasy players this week on Lake Martin. Now, Taku Ito loves these spotted bass reservoirs here in the state of Alabama, the Highland reservoirs. This is not technically a Highland reservoir, but it looks a lot, it's laid out like one for sure.
It certainly is, and we all know Taku loves smallmouth Disneyland, but he also, like you mentioned, Tommy, he's got a blue trophy that he won in Alabama catching spotted bass, and certainly happy to have a camera with him this morning. He's always entertaining, and you can always learn, especially the offshore game, using the live forward-facing sonar when you're around Taku.
Been playing the numbers game today, been catching them steady all day long. A lot of small ones. He'll be the first one to tell you that, but he's had just enough of those that will measure, that will make a make up a limit of fish that might do him some good. Currently in 28th place and lots of room to grow. Will Davis, the first angler we got out with today, and man, he gave us one of the biggest fish of the day right out of the box.
Will Davis, dressed for the cameras, coming out this morning in his dad's Pro Vibe spinnerbait jacket that he wore back in the day.
Yes.
Oh, so cool looking. I honestly thought it was Ernie Irvin's jacket, but it's Will Davis Sr., certainly a big name in this part of the country, a lot of knowledge in fishing and tackle manufacturing and all that sort of thing. Pretty cool to see his son being proud to wear his jacket, and he made Daddy proud. Started out this morning with one over 3 pounds. He's been in our top 5 all morning long, currently unofficially in 5th place with 10 pounds, 15 ounces. Will Davis, along with every other angler I think that we've talked to this morning, says, I think the bite will get better in the afternoon when the water warms. So we're looking forward to big things from Will Davis this afternoon.
Love hearing that news. Let's take a look at the unofficial leaderboard as it stands right now. The Lippert Bassmaster Elite, and it's Drew Cook of Georgia on top. Carl Jochimson of Australia in spot number 2. Carl moving way up that leaderboard today. Kyle Patrick, Will Davis right there, and Scott Canterbury, 2 Alabamans right there. Rookie Austin Cranford, Jeff Gustafson, Robert G., Alex Redwine, and Joey Cifuentes moving into our top 10 as we swing it over to Ronnie and Davey with the Bass Pro Shops Top Tackle.
Yeah, guys, we're here in the Bass Pro Shops Top Tackle, the tackle shop, Davey, and it's the return of the dice this week.
There we go.
We've seen a couple different varieties of baits, obviously from Lake Gunnersville. It's a drastically different tournament here at Lake Martin, but we knew we'd see, with forwards facing sonar in play, minnow fishing. We knew docks would play, so we'd see some jigs as well, but we saw some crankbait fish from the likes of Steve Kennedy and Will Davis this morning, and now obviously we joke around, but we're seeing some dice baits, some of the urchin baits as well in those offshore spotted bass spots.
Yeah, I don't know if you can one-up the amount of variety that we saw last week. Especially capping it off with Hank Cherry winning on a 3-inch grub. But we have seen some variety this morning. You can see first thing this morning, a 4-day event, guys that had on their mind, I've got to catch a bigger largemouth to have a chance to do really well in this tournament. So we have seen a lot of our anglers throw jigs this morning. Obviously, you're going to see with a forward-facing tournament in play like we have this week, the minnow that you have here, different size heads, different lengths there, but a lot of minnows so far. And then like you mentioned, Ronnie, we've seen the crankbaits. It's that time of year. Water temperatures in the upper 40s, low 50s. Great pre-spawn crankbaiting times. And then I guess the bait of the day has been the dice. We've seen different sizes and seen those being most effective. The guys that are using the forward facing that we've seen catch fish have caught less on the minnows and more on these dice type baits.
When we see guys like Greg Hackney flipping the laydowns, you know it's obviously their choice of a jig or a soft plastic, texture, however it is. But when you're thinking about crankbaits, Davey, we're seeing some guys do the traditional bulbous square bill types, and then some that are sticking to more flat side. Can you tell me when, water temperature wise, or there's not a ton of cover for them to bang off of, when we're seeing guys kind of switch between the two?
There's a couple reasons why we've seen these round type crankbaits and these flats. Number one is the water temperatures right there. These flat baits are very popular when the water temperature's in the 40s, which we have upper 40s. And then when it gets in the 50s, these baits, but then also one characteristic of these flat baits being, what you want to throw is clear water. So we're going to see both this week. I would probably throw the flat bait like these more this week, but we will see both, and a lot of it is because we have that water temperature upper 40s, low 50s.
Absolutely. That's the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section early on day one at Lake Martin. We will see what our leaders, who will be on camera tomorrow, Tommy, 1st through 6th, what they maybe used today to get to the top. We've obviously been very blessed. We've had Kyle Patrick in our bonus feed, be able to see that.
Yeah.
Will Davis with him all day. We've seen a couple of our top factors. We'll see tomorrow as well.
It's good diversity out there, a little more than maybe we were expecting when we came into Lake Martin here. That's always a good thing.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
It's been kind of weird. Fish just really don't seem like they're setting up quite yet. That last 2 hours will be the best time of the day, though. Water will be warmed up and be ready to go.
Yeah, you could have a big swim bait with Carl Jacobson in our top 10. You could have a flipping jig for Canterbury. Maybe he's cranking. Maybe spinner baiting. Who knows? If it's in some dirty water. Cook, you just don't know as well. They may surprise us and be doing some minnow stuff, but you kind of, when you pick some anglers out on Bass Track, Davey, you kind of are like, is that going on right now? Is this going on right now?
I think we'll continue to see a crankbait be a factor here. Live sonar or no live sonar, forward-facing sonar, whatever you might want to call it. I think it's just that time of year, these conditions, for a crankbait to be effective. And a jig also.
Water temperature 53 now. It's a big jump. And 48, what we was doing this morning.
It's funny, we had anglers last week at Gunnersville, last day of practice, encountering 34-degree water, which is just, I don't even, how can that be?
Little zone change for Steve Kennedy.
Oh, yeah.
Midsection of the lake now.
Came down a little bit.
Different approach as well.
Another thing last week we heard some anglers saying, and I certainly was agreeing with them, just don't pay any attention to the water temperature. They're up shallow and they're going to bite.
Yeah. They will bite, no matter what the temperature. We heard that multiple times.
I wasn't anywhere close to him. I hate to even put him in there. He's so deep.
Steve Kennedy has gone to let's fill the limit plan. He'll be back shallow here.
Yeah, he will. He'll be for that late shallow bite. We're all looking forward to that. Could happen. Our broadcast today. We're getting about an hour and a half from the end of our broadcast, but they will be going till 3 o'clock local time. That's 4 o'clock Eastern, and that's when the weigh-in happens right here on Bassmaster.com. Drew Cook, the man on top, followed by Carl Jacobson. Be right back.
Okay, y'all, here's the thing about coming to Lake Martin in Alabama. You might pack the rods, map out your stops, tell yourself you're only here for bass, and then this place goes, oh really? Watch this. Next thing you know, you're launching at Wind Creek State Park thinking it's just a fishing day, but that sunrise hits different. Spots busting on points, largemouth tucked into the brush, you're in your happy place. But then, someone mentions Smith Mountain Fire Tower Trail. And certainly your strict fishing trip includes a hike with a view you did not see coming. That's the Alabama effect. It nudges you into trying one more thing. Maybe after a solid morning on Rock Point, you cruise to Kalijah Marina and realize you're starving. A good thing Kalijah Restaurant's right there, because that first bite, game changer. Or maybe you finish a day at Harbor Point Marina and think you're headed to bed until you see Chimney Rock glowing in the evening light. Next thing you know, you're making memories you can't put in a way back. And don't even get me started on the places to stay. Auburn Glamping and Timberline Glamping are like the outdoors got an upgrade. You're surrounded by nature, but you're sleeping like a champion. That's why Alabama isn't a trip you plan. It's a trip you let happen. Just like on the water, when you trust your gut, follow the signs, and say, let's try one more spot. That's when the really good stuff hits. So come catch your fish, then catch a few surprises in Sweet Home, Alabama. An adventure starts when the plan stops.
Oh, we got great fishing, incredible views, beautiful looks at nature here at Lake Martin, and of course the rest of the state of Alabama offering us so much. We want to thank the folks at Explore Lake Martin Tourism. They are our local host, a great partner in putting on a big event like this. First time since 2018. It's been too long, obviously, since we have been to Lake Martin, and it's got a different look than it had back then. There's a lot less water in it. We're at the regular winter drawdown time, and it looks a little different. That trademark red clay, a lot of white clay that is revealing itself now as well that you don't see on normal.
It is, and like I mentioned earlier, I was there this past fall for the first time in a few years. We won't see them because they're high and dry with this winter level drawdown, but a lot of cypress trees in the back of these coves and creek areas that really beautiful. Big cypress trees in a lot of these areas, backwater areas here on Lake Martin.
Popular place for people to build houses, but a whole lot of it left wild and natural too, which is a good balance.
Woo!
There's somebody that spends some time every year here.
Not
Steve
a lot
Kennedy.
better, but it's better. Oh yeah. Yeah, we need to get a couple of those. But yeah, I'm not even sure that's a 1.8. Nope. 1.7. Yeah, it's gonna help. Almost half a pound. Can catch a little bit better one. Let's put him over here. No, it doesn't work.
You think about where Martin's located, it's really a lot of the lakes in Alabama are Birmingham and north, or Coosa River and north. Other than Martin, you get West Point to the east, which is straddles the border, and then you follow to the south. But other than that, like from Montgomery down, there's not really many lakes, and so this is kind of for the southern Georgia, southern Alabama anglers. Martin is is probably the frequented place.
Yeah, Martin's about 30 minutes east of 65 that runs from Montgomery to Birmingham.
Yep.
And as we've been mentioning all day, it's 100 years old this year. Happy centennial. Maybe they get a belt for that.
Or a ring.
The century belt.
Be a big belt to go around 44,000 acres.
Well, I mean,
you got punch a couple extra
whatever
holes.
it takes.
Yeah, Tommy, I saw you in a hotel lobby in Montgomery unplanned that one time. We were both on different road trips. You were shooting something with the cast.
Yeah, that's right.
Stop it.
That's right.
Do you mind if I eat some cereal here? What do you do?
What do you work here?
It's 14 and a half.
I think you said, Guy, can't get rid of this kid.
I say that every day, Ron. Come on.
Hey, we got what we threw back, a 130. 129.
'64 anglers reporting on Bass Track. He just became the final one to have their limit. Everybody else has their limit. Who's reported?
Oh, wow.
Lee Livesey just reported 9 change. He's in the teens. His 5 fish just popped in.
Got more cameras on the water than we ever have on a day one coverage situation on Bassmaster Live. Greg Hackney saw a good catch from him earlier today. Here's another one.
That one should help a little bit. Maybe an ounce. Got it good. Yeah, he had it.
Davey, he may not be far off. It says 5 for 3.9 now. This last one he put in as a 1.2, and this one is a 14-ouncer. So yeah, it's a little light, but
Good to have that unmanned camera there with him, though. We can see what he's doing. He's fishing. No surprise seeing fish a jig, but he's not targeting the boat docks. Definitely the blowdowns.
Yeah, blow and the back ends.
Yep.
Of old cut.
Ooh.
That's so frustrating when you catch so many little fish and get one a little bigger on and you lose it. Here we go. Ooh.
Wow, great. And then I freaking break it off.
This may be the dock he referred to earlier.
Yeah, it's he caught his good one.
Yes,
yeah.
in practice.
Yeah.
And look right here. You can see several fish up under there, and he hooks up a good one. You just read his body language here, and then you can definitely read it here. And that's why these tournaments, that may have been a half pound, 3/4 pound upgrade, which doesn't seem like a lot, but he knows it's a lot on day one in this tournament. You come in with 10 pounds or 10 pounds, 12 ounces, it's going to be a lot of places up and down the leaderboard.
A lot of people, scattered through that, yeah.
Another angler just reported and got in the top 10. Brock Mosley's in 5th with 10 pounds, 10 ounces. He's got a 3.6 in his 5.
Hip, hip.
Boy, Easton's keeping a bigger swim bait honest throughout the day. You see him pick it up and make a few casts.
In the Open, he had about 10 pounds a day, finished 17th, but took home the Angler of the Year, and that EQs.
Much better start than last year.
To his season, yeah, 100. Davey, would you put him on the list to contend for back-to-back Classic titles?
You certainly can't count him out. He's proven what a versatile fisherman he is, and he showed us all last year that he's up to the big moment, the big stage.
Yeah.
And that's easier said than done. There's a lot of guys that go to the Classic and say, I fished a lot of tournaments, it's me against the fish. I'm not gonna let all the distractions affect me, but that's tough to do. But Easton certainly proved that he could do it at a young age.
It was his second time there. So
yeah,
he had,
true.
There's I've heard a lot of guys say wow, just what we get put through at a Classic week is just amazing to be here and do everything. And there's a lot, they say.
You're right. Was the second time.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Please grab it. No. Come back.
There's no way that's bass. It's like crappie sitting there 5 feet under the surface.
Day one rolling on. Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Lippert Elite here on Lake Martin. Our season underway here. A couple of events in Alabama. We'll have the Classic break for that. After the Classic, we'll come back with Oklahoma, Arkansas, North and South Carolina, and then up north to Champlain and St. Lawrence. Big season underway. enjoying the fishing here on Lake Martin at the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. This is the Lippert Elite, sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Mountain Dew. Hope you're enjoying as well. We got 4 full days of coverage for you here on Lake Martin. Oh yeah, the whole gang's here. All right, you guys get in line and do your thing. Wag and bark. Nice.
Spaced out very evenly there.
They were. I think they're part of a drill team of some sort.
I can't help that you didn't make your reservations in Knoxville for the Classic soon enough. Don't be barking at me.
We can't. We don't have that kind of pull.
These are not pet-friendly rooms.
Well, we came shallow to try to catch some little bit better fish. Just ain't stumbled upon one yet. But we got plenty of time. Water temperature's 54 now.
Brock Mosley moving into second place, 3 ounces back at Drew Cook.
Right there, see him run out.
Got the second 3-pounder.
Brock had some good days up on
around the Bass' around.
He did.
Will Davis hanging in there, just we're a pound and a half behind the lead. I agree with you, Davey. He's going to be a part of this thing more often than not.
Yep.
The course of this tournament.
And it's not just as simple as experience here on this lake. You could just kind of sense that
It's definitely been a
really feels comfortable.
a struggle to get a bite, but I mean, from 1 o'clock on every day has been when I've got most of my bites, so I still got a lot of confidence to catch a good one.
Like you said.
A lot of confidence.
Seeing a lot more fish pulling in the back of these pockets, but it's hard to tell what they are. I had a good bite right here the other day in practice. Now, whether he's still there or not, I don't know. Sure hope so. Got one of my pinchers. Could have been probably one of the little rat spots. thumped it again. I won't want him to and swim off with it.
Well, it's turned out to be a beautiful day there.
I mean, gorgeous. They were talking about post-frontal. It's a Pacific front. It's not a northern front like we were dealing with last week. So this is not making it cold. It's just passing through, and you do get the
high pressure.
The high pressure effect. Yeah.
Water temperature's 55 now.
These bird's eye view shots are really interesting to. Oh, I hear that music.
Wait, is this the weather report music? No, this isn't the weather report music.
Must be a Will Davis highlight, huh?
Looks like it might be. The Power Pole replay of the day. Yep, Will Davis. Busting out, Will Davis Jr.
Yeah.
Busting out the Will Davis jacket.
Give me some of that, baby.
Catching a 3+ pounder this morning with Daddy's jacket on. Way to go. I know Daddy's proud.
Yes, sir.
He should be. Will Davis doing a good job always on the Elite Series, but certainly today, Power Pole replay of the day for this 3-pound, 4-ounce fish to start the morning. Will Davis Jr.
That doesn't tell you the bite window, Davey, that the two biggest fish we've seen on camera today happened in the first 15 minutes of the morning, how crucial that will be for anglers tomorrow and beyond.
Yes, and several of those that registered later may have been caught early and they just put them in later to bass
could have been
track.
the same time, absolutely. Drew Cook on top right now, and Brock Mosley of Mississippi making a huge, quick run up to the very top, almost the very top of the top 10. We have got things happening here on Lake Martin. The Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, Lippert Elite from Lake Martin. Pushing on, we got our live coverage sponsored by Minn Kota, of course. Always need to remember to tell you that as we push into the last 2 hours of fishing here on day number 1 here. Full field is out here today. They'll fish today and tomorrow, and on the basis of how well they do, they may or may not make it to the weekend. Only half. We'll go on to semifinal Saturday. Thank you for being with us. We got plenty more fishing, though, on the way here in the last hour of our coverage. It's coming right up here in the Bassmaster Studios with Ronnie, Davey, and Such and Davey. I think we're all more optimistic about each following day. Until Sunday, we don't know what the rain's going to do to things, but it might even help.
Yeah, I think the rain might help for sure. It depends on the temperature. If it's a warm rain, then it definitely will help. But here's the deal. We started here this morning, and I started saying, hey, this is going to be a different tournament than Lake Guntersville. We're not going to have the heavy weights, but the money is the same. The blue trophy is the same. The points are the same. And you can't lose that focus. As an angler, I always wanted to look how I could have an edge. Last week, as an angler, I would be thinking, hey, these guys are going to be too worried about the cold temperatures. I'm going to not think about that and focus on the fish. Here, I'm not going to get caught up with, oh, it's a 1-pounder, it's only a 1.25 pounds, because those fish are gold here. The 2.5s, that's the ones that you really want to feel your limit with. And when you get that big bite, you don't need to be thinking to yourself, oh, it's another 1-pounder, and then it be a 3-pounder and you lose the fish.
Ronnie, you made a great point about the first hour fishing today. How that may have been by far the best as far as putting big bass in the boat. Do you think there's going to be a good end of it today? You think it's going to be an evening bite, especially for these late groups here?
I think I'll be keeping an eye on Steve Kennedy to see how his 4:30 check-in treats him, that 2 to 3:30, 2 to 4:30 time period. But one thing we wanted to also keep an eye on was our young anglers. You know, everybody wants to make an assumption based off the first event, if they're good enough, if it's technology-based, what it could be. But last week's conditions were some of the most extreme we'd seen. And comparing our rookie class from last year to this year's rookie class, 6 of 10 from last year's class made the first cut of the year. Only 3 of 11 made the cut for this year's rookie class. I think we threw a lot at our anglers. First, hey, take off equipment that you've been allowed to fish with for the last year, and hey, also the coldest water temps we've ever had in an elite event. Here, that's your first obstacle. And so we'll see as we get to this event throughout it, how they progress. Then that first, remember, Easton Fothergill last year was in 100th place in AOY after the first 2 events and came back to make the Classic. He won the Classic as well. Let's give these rookie class guys 2 events after the Classic when we hit the Tennessee Tom Begbie. Now we're going to see really what you're made of.
All right, that's what we'll do. Such, the numbers look a little bit on the lean and mean side as far as the poundage so far, but we got to consider there's a whole bunch of really solid, top quality anglers, and not that they aren't all top quality, that we don't even know anything about yet because they haven't been able to report.
And some of them still have about 3 hours to fish, Tommy. There are 10 bass registered on Bass Track over 3 pounds. It has put 6 of the anglers who caught them in the top 10, and the guys who have caught 2, Drew Cook, big one, 310, and Brock Mosley, he's got 2 3-pounders, are 1-2 with over 12 pounds. So 3-pounders are gold, and if somebody gets a bigger one, that'll even be better.
Yeah. That's how you bring it, Such. That's how you bring it. I like it. 2 3-pounders are gold.
All right, there you go. Okay, the weigh-in's going to be big today, I can tell you that. Right now, though, we take this opportunity to turn to our colleague on location there, of course, doing a great job at the halftime show. That is Kyle Jesse. Kyle, good to see you. And good job on the halftime show. You do many jobs for the Bassmasters on these tournament weekends, but one of your jobs is making your picks on the pundit page for fantasy. Now, which one did you scratch your head about the most? Picking the favorites, the ones to pick for Guntersville, or picking the favorites, the ones to pick for Martin?
Well, I'll tell you, Tommy, I mean, Guntersville was a shock to me. Obviously, we had a lot of guys that were expected to do well, hometown, local guys, and I think a lot of people got bit by those guys on their Rapala Bassmaster fantasy lineups. Here, you know, I'm still feeling a little bit better about it because the reality of it is even the guys that we're seeing on Bass Track in the 30s, 40s, even further down than that, all it's going to take is one bite to get those guys back up. So far, I'm feeling good about it, and, you know, there's obviously a potential to move up here as long as you catch a decent limit on day one. So feeling good about it so far, but by the end of it, I'm sure I'll be disappointed.
So Kyle, tell us, you're there on location. It's such a beautiful lake. I hadn't been there in a number of years, was able to go back there and spend a few days this fall. Describe to the people, though, how different this lake is, both lakes in Alabama, but Lake Guntersville, not just in the size of the fish, but when you look around the shoreline, what do you see so different here or at Lake Guntersville that just jumps out at you as a bass angler?
Yeah, no, completely opposite. And, you know, this morning we were talking about it on the livecast show that's why so many anglers from Alabama are just some of the best in the world, is because the amount of different fisheries here. You know, Lake Guntersville, you have grass, a lot of offshore fishing. Here, you know, we've seen so many guys fishing these rocky banks, the laydowns like Steve Kennedy, boat docks. Even with the water low, there's so much more cover to fish the bank. You know, you can readily get to the bank versus Lake Guntersville. A lot of those fish, you know, they might spawn off the bank. They live their whole lives off the bank. So, you know, we're seeing a lot of that. Obviously, guys that are fishing shallow, boat docks. You know, I heard a report this afternoon rather, from Chase Sansom, who is with Drew Cook, who's catching, you know, all of his fish super, super shallow on boat docks. You know, we asked him, hey, are these fish spawning in your idea? And he said no, but he saw some in practice that he feels like are really close. So vastly different than what we saw a week ago. And, you know, regardless, this is going to be a really fun tournament.
Kyle, the other thing that's vastly different from last week is the weather. Much more mild, much more temperate right now, moderate. And although we are in a slight post-frontal situation right now, that's got to improve as we go through the days here. Are you optimistic about how that might improve the catch?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all the guys I talked to in practice and, this morning as well said that afternoon bite, once the sun gets up, how many guys on live today have we heard say that once that water temperature warms up, that's when they're really hoping to make a move? Ideally as a tournament angler, you kind of set a plan. And a lot of these guys are obviously going out there catching their spotted bass early, hoping to catch a big largemouth late. That's easier said than done. I mean, if it was easy to catch a big largemouth, there'd be way more people up there doing it all day long. But very optimistic. Obviously, warm weather the next 3 days should really help things out. And I think we're going to see some bigger bags than what we're seeing on Bass Track right now.
Yeah, go ahead, David.
Kyle, one last thing. And I'll get a direct answer from you. This is easy. You don't even know the reason I'm asking, but I need the answer to this. With all your expertise, over or under 48 pounds to win Sunday?
I'm going to say over. I'm going the over. My fantasy weight was over, so I'm going to stick with it and say over.
Okay. All right. We'll see how that pans out. Great job, Kyle. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow on the halftime show and having some chat with you tomorrow afternoon as well. Let's get back out to our reigning world champion, Easton Fothergill.
I may or may not have a little side bet on the over-under. Are they doing a fan cam for the Classic day one?
I don't know. That's a good question.
We'd probably have to get it done before the day of the tournament, though, because we have all our interviews and media and other things. So it might have to be.
I mean, it'd be cool. It just really has surprised me. He's reigning world champion. Surely, I mean, I would vote for him. Have a camera with. Sure. And then Cooper Gallant, Canadian, first tournament at Guntersville, Alabama. It would be interesting to see who would be the pick for the Classic.
You want to make a pick now?
Who I would want to see?
Yeah. Who would you vote for?
Well, see, he already gets a vote. He helps set the cameras already.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. He'd be double dipping on voting.
Let me think on that a second.
Yeah. I'd like to know what you.
You got to think outside the realm that you would probably suggest, because we already get some of the, the favorites.
The favorites rolling in.
The chalks.
Yeah.
Does that affect our vote, though? I don't think they know that when they're voting.
No, them. I'm saying you are. You know who you'd already choose, so you can't just choose. Yeah. Easton's going to have a camera.
All these things you speak of are above my pay grade, Ronnie.
No. You got to go to the 10th person, and that's who your fan camera's got to be, because the other 9 are set.
So this might seem weird, but Brian Schmidt would come to mind.
I've done.
He did such a good job there before. He does a good job fishing his own way and his own deal. He had a good shot at it last time we were there.
He sure did.
If he didn't help Brian New out, he might have had a spot or two extra to go try to fish.
Yeah.
Brian New's not going to be there this year, though, to get that.
That's great. See, now I see what you're doing.
I'm not hating. I'm just stating.
And they did say for the fan cam, I thought it was at the beginning of the year. If they were voted fan cam, they were out of the pool the rest of the year, but it looks like they just are out for a tournament.
Okay.
So by the time the elites return back.
So it's not like drain the lake. You can vote.
So you don't use them and lose them. You could be the fan cam vote 4 times this year, depending on when you got picked.
Our good friend Dave Mercer, Dylan Nutt. He stated he was going to win already, didn't he?
Been a stud from the nation.
Good pick for sure.
Three o'clock, give you first notice that's when the weigh-in, 3 o'clock Central Time, that's local time. 4 o'clock Eastern's when the weigh-in takes place, but several flights will fish on beyond that 3 o'clock time, as late as 4:30. So keep in mind, there could be a strong evening bite on the way for these anglers on Lake Martin. Hey, weigh-in coming up. We mentioned that to you at 4 p.m. Eastern Time on YouTube just a few moments ago. If you'd like an alternative, to hear some different interviews, maybe coming from a different place, how about Pat Renwick and the crew and the Sims behind the tanks? It comes on at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, just like the weigh-in, only it happens on YouTube. Sims behind the tanks for a whole different perspective. A lot of guys looking to change their situation, having to make up some ground for a few shortcomings at Lake Guntersville, or they did well there trying to maintain the pace, maybe get in the hunt for Progressive Angler of the Year. Hear what's on their mind. Backstage, out to Easton Fothergill.
More than the 1-3?
I think so.
A lot of bait in the water here?
Quite a bit, yeah. Yeah, I got us 1/10 of a pound.
Taco got a baseline there now. He's weighing some fish.
Now we can, We got a number for all the ones in the tank so far.
Good sign you're catching them when you leave the scales on the deck with you. No need to put those away. We're going to be needing them.
He has been catching them in little flurries, it seems like today.
Why can I not stick them?
Okay, you've been here before.
That'll help.
There we go. So skinny. Should help. It's long. Finally stuck one. We've had, I don't know how many bites here in the last bit. It's our biggest one. 2? Yeah. If that one would have jumped off, we would have had serious problems. You could just tell that dock was going to have one.
I did throw one back, yes.
You ever have one of those days, Davey, fishing tournament where you're really catching them, like 25, 30, 40 fish a day, and it gets to the point where you don't really remember whether you threw the last one back when you should have, and then in the middle of the next cast?
It's like you just going through the motions.
Yeah, and you're just
then
not
all of a
thinking
sudden,
about it.
Yeah.
Imagine that happens sometime.
I think it was a tournament that Polnick won at Table Rock or Bull Shoals.
Yeah, Bull Shoals 2013.
Catching 50, 60, 70 a day. Most of the field was catching lots and lots and lots of. And they were, 2 to 3 pounders, solid fish, but it's. Fishing was so good, but there were so many that were the same size. You could forget what you were doing.
Yeah.
Get caught up in catching 2.5 pounders, thinking you're just going to come across a bigger one when you should have been doing something. Brandon fished deeper for those post-spawn bigger fish that had already moved out.
Yeah, I remember.
Key to him winning the tournament.
Brandon said, I've caught so many I can go get stuck and go to the hospital and still come back and catch them.
That was before he caught most of them. Caught him off the old Highway 14 bridge there. Underwater now.
Could you imagine, we talked about flipping these two lakes, Guntersville and Martin, time of year wise, or just week of weather wise. Can you imagine flipping these, having Guntersville be forward facing sonar and this one not be, with the lack of cover in the water and everybody predominantly wanting to burn up banks or having to maybe fish a specific piece of brush and not out in the middle? It would have made for an interesting interesting deal, and we would have probably caught like 650 pounds at Guntersville if it was that.
Well, Hank Cherry himself said, man, there'd been multiple 30-pound bags at that tournament.
Yeah. I mean, all 10 would have probably broke 100 pounds.
Close to it.
I think at Martin, though, you'd see anglers using 2D and DI and still catching a lot of these offshore
spaghetti
fish.
lines, like we used to see, because that's the way it was won in 2018. But that would lend itself to, man, I could throw a square bill all day, and it's not any safer for those guys offshore to catch a limit. They might have a hard time too.
There are some really nice homes on Lake Martin, too.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's only certain
help them bite
small
seller or
areas
something.
that have developed, but there are some very new, nice homes there.
Where Emil was, that spread behind him was pretty nice where he cut that. The average home price on Lake Martin, $1.5 million.
Wow.
Rumor, Gus Malzahn, Bruce Pearl. I mean, there's some coaches that have chosen to retire and move on Lake Martin.
We talked about it last time we were here. Very nice properties and some celebrities living down on there, having places there.
Wow, that fish is aggressive, going to bite for sure.
There it is.
Damn. Oh, he broke off. Holy crap.
So he's
starting to set up.
Two biggest fish have been in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah. Maybe happening.
Skinny again, but we'll take him. It should help. Just need a kicker. Heck yeah, biggest one. 2-pounder.
What's the weight?
Just call it 2 pounds. Calling it.
Things are looking up. A lot of these anglers said it would in the afternoon as the water temperature rises. Neil,
local time.
Last 2 bites have both been his biggest fish of the day, both times here.
How many times have we seen it? The midday lull ends about an hour and a half from weigh-in, the start of weigh-in time. And those lucky enough to be in flights 3, 4, so forth.
Better
in the
take
catbird
advantage
seat, yeah.
Take advantage of it
Both
today.
groups of anglers get that opportunity though, unless
That's
you're
right.
in mid-flight.
Do that tomorrow.
You get an early start, capitalize there, or you're a late boat, capitalize there.
Good stuff, and it may get better, maybe much better before it's all said and done here at the Lippert Bassmaster Elite at Lake Martin. A passionate community of female anglers. That's Bassmaster, a B.A.S.S. initiative that's now in its second, I think third year now, as a matter of fact, and it's advanced through a series of workshops take place all during the year, and we have one coming up this weekend at the Lake Martin event, Bassmaster in Alexander City, Alabama. I believe it is on Saturday. So get on to Bassmaster.com, look up Bassmaster, and see if you might like to get in, check it out, see what it's all about, learn some of the small things and the big picture things about the sport of bass fishing. Get involved in it, Bassmaster. We got a couple of hours, well, we got an hour and a half fishing time left here on Lake Martin for these anglers, but that's just strictly the first flight anglers. Some of them get to fish much longer than that. It may be a time to make hay for certain anglers during this period. Looking for lower light, warmer water. Could be a combination that pays off in the terms of, dare I say it, a big largemouth or two out there that could really change the leaderboard up.
That would, and Emil has caught his 2 biggest fish. We've been with him all day. He's caught a lot of fish, but his 2 biggest fish have been just in the last few minutes, and hopefully that's going to continue not only with him, but with others like Steve Kennedy throwing a bubblegum worm.
Yeah.
It's gotten another one of these pockets. We're getting the bites now to have a really good day. We lost a really nice one on a dock, one of my best ones, and then we've missed some more. I caught one of my better ones here just a minute ago, I believe y'all saw, and then they almost never get, I kind of got close to the dock and skipped back in there, and I saw the biggest one under there just shooting out of the dock. And I was like, what's going on there? And I looked up and my line was taking off and I reeled in and I had no bait on the hook. And then we just caught another pretty decent one right there. So they're starting to bite a little bit. Just got to take advantage of this last bit of time I have. But I was getting ready to make a pretty big move, but it's hard to leave when you're getting bites, and every dock that sets up right, the last deep dock in the back of a pocket, not even deep, it just needs some depth on it. The last one back there has got them almost every time, so I think we're gonna have an opportunity at a big one before the day's over. We just gotta capitalize on it. And right now we're just going between pockets, and if there's a rocky point between them, I'll always check it out, because spotted bass love rock. But we've got a very, very average day going. We need a kicker bass. Or 2 or 3 very high 2s, that'd be really nice. There's gonna be a pile of 9 and 10 pound bags. Sometimes too, you can just throw out on the edge of these little rock veins that are in a foot of water. Just work your bait. One will just shoot out of there. And this right here is actually a pocket that I checked in practice. I had a big follow under that dock in there on the left and a big one on the right. And what I'm seeing now late in the day, there's even more of them than I've seen. So it's definitely the best time of day to be doing what we're doing.
For the record, Ronnie, I'm 100% sure that is a pink worm Steve Kennedy is throwing, not a fluke.
Not a
For
fluke.
sure.
Okay.
I don't think it was in any question around this table. I think there's other questions.
It's no fluke. We'll just say that.
Wrong bait. They're there.
What do you do, throw everything out?
Pretty much, I don't know. That's a good question. But they're sitting there. They're just not feeding. But like there was one there. Just one.
They are extremely smart. But I shook one off right in here on the right and I had a huge one come out of that dock, so just need one of those huge bites.
There was at least three, and one of them was probably 3.5 pounds. I was letting it lay on the bottom, and they're all that's like a foot away.
I can always not in the pocket. Here's one right here.
I don't have time for this.
Doesn't look very big. Actually, it kind of looks like a turtle. Been fooled by a few turtles this week.
Around here.
Not a turtle.
All right, Emil. Did that get it? Nope. Try it again.
Okay, so let's try a Cinco.
Go all the way to the bottom.
Good shot of the fish there, following his bait to the bottom.
And you can see his fins. That's pretty good.
No. Guess we're going with green pumpkin. Let's just go straight green pumpkin. Or that watermelon.
I was more impressed when I thought it was a turtle and he had a turtle following his bait. As cold as that water is, you get a turtle follow, you're doing something.
Looking good.
They're very sluggish.
Not a good skip.
I used to be good at this, but not bad. Just because I was aiming at the right one and went in the left one. I'll take it.
Taku hooked up.
Maybe no. 1.5. Yeah, 1.5 is no.
Close.
Close.
Need 2 pounders now.
Let's take it over to Will Davis. Will, good day so far, started great, still hanging in there in the top 5.
Give us an update on your
There's a few fish starting to show up. This was one of them deals right now that I'm looking for one bite. I feel like I can go out there and catch some small ones out there deeper, but to win on this lake, you got to have some good largemouth, and that's what I'm trying to focus on right now. I feel like they're pulling up. I'm seeing a few up under them, but just one of them deals that they ain't won't commit yet. The wind's been changing a bunch, and I need it to be still.
Three-pounder from Pake South gets him in the top 10, 10.5 pounds. Joins Austin Cranford, rookies in the top 10.
All right.
Jagfield has fallen to tie for 14th.
Overall, better than last week, I'd say.
That's the crazy thing. Gonna have to do it for 2 days. We saw so many guys flip-flop. Jordan Lee had a decent day 1. Fisher and I had a decent day 1, both up in there, and then both finished in the 70s and 80s. And here, Davey, no doubt. I mean, you go catch 13 pounds a day, you feel good. You go catch 6 tomorrow. That's a real possibility.
There's a guy, Wesley Gore, caught a 3-2 half hour ago. All his other fish were under a pound, so he just jumped from 66th, the last guy on Bass Rack with Fish, to 60th.
When he
6
was,
pounds or so.
He was 7th and finished 62nd last week, so gotta have it.
Well, Mercury Move of the Day is something we need to award each and every day of Bassmaster Live, and I think we're going to award our Mercury Move of the Day, maybe not on the basis of one particular outstanding move, but the fact that Will Davis knows so many places to move to that it produced for him through the day, especially his move from the launch to this spot right here.
Yes, sir.
Definitely started out the day with the Mercury Move of the Day, catching a 3+ pounder, but you're right, Tommy, he's made some good moves since then to fill out his limit with a solid 5-fish limit. The spotted bass anchored by that 3-pound, 2-ounce largemouth this morning. So Will Davis Jr., Mercury Move of the Day, staying in the top 10 throughout the day.
Absolutely. Sitting at 5th right now with just an ounce under 11 pounds.
Mixing it up with a lot of different baits. Crankbait, we've seen him fish a jig some, a Nico rig, a lot of different things, trying to mix it up. Looks like he's gonna finish the day up shallow looking for one more kicker largemouth. Mercury Move of the Day, Will Davis Jr.
Get to the mid-lake session, find Easton Fothergill.
Oh, he's in the trolling motor. That's a good one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
1-4. Yeah. Two 6. That's big. Number 5.
Be a little help for him right there. Need some help. Sitting there in 46 places. It stands right now.
Get him up into the low 20s.
Yeah.
Just a pound, 2-ounce cull.
Nice. Boy, you can go a long way on a little cull.
Big. I think it's a big one. Largemouth, yep.
It's just a good spot. Oh man, I think that'll help.
It's happening this afternoon. Upgrades, little by little. 4 to 6 8-ounce upgrades are big.
Usually that's going on all over the lake if it's going on somewhere in our sample of anglers on any given Bassmaster Live day. Drew Cook, 12 pounds, 12 ounces, still hanging in there. He's been on top for a good while now. Brock Mosley moving up. Jocumson, Cifuentes, Patrick Davis, Jeff Gustafson, Pace South, a rookie that just moved up into the top 10. Scott Canterbury hanging in there along with Austin Cranford. We got more to come from Lake Martin. The Lippert Progressive Bassmaster Elite from Lake Martin. Sponsored by Minn Kota. By Bass Pro Shops. And by Skeeter Boats. Just a few minutes of fishing left in our broadcast today, but these anglers are going to fish on to 3 p.m. and depending on your flight, well beyond that. A lot of developments as far as the final standings at the end of the day, and none of it will be official until the weigh-in is done. The weigh-in starts at 4 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Bassmaster.com.
Notice a few of those boulders there, Tommy, with bird's eye view. Ooh,
yeah.
Lower units, look out.
Yeah, no kidding.
I was looking at the lighthouse in one of the shots earlier with all the shoals on the main lake. You might see that light, but it is not a straight line to that light, that's for sure.
No. That lighthouse is for entertainment purposes only. Father Gill hooked up.
He's got a 1.6 as his smallest.
Father Gill.
Yeah, that doesn't look like.
I don't know if that's going to
get too much.
Right there.
Didn't look like it. He threw it there.
Come on, I gotta find a big one.
Jay Shakir just came the 16th angler with 10 pounds or better.
No.
You think we'll have a different leader every day here like we did at Gunnersville?
Gosh, that's a good question. I could see that happening the way it stands right now. Yeah.
It's going to be so close. I could see it happening, but
at least 3 of the 4 days. Like somebody might hold on the weekend, but
don't see a wire to wire happening here.
No, I don't see that.
It's really the only dock in here worth a crap. Yep. And anything under it.
remember Will
Just
said
need
this
that
morning.
one good bite, and it can happen any second on Lake Martin, especially in the evening time on this lake.
Said all his big bites in practice came
Or
in
later in the
afternoon.
evening this time of year.
You're talking wire to wire. We'll have to do it for the elites. I did it for the classic though last year. I remember 11 classics have been won wire to wire.
I did not know that.
Hamner, Gussie, Cherry. That's in the recency. Cliff Pace did, Luke Clausen did. That's in the Elite Series era. And then prior to the elites, Yellis, Clun, Stanley Mitchell, Bo Dowden, Hank Parker, Rick Clun.
$11 wire to wires, but not 11 anglers.
Yep. Nope. Just Rick Clun twice. He's the only one to lead wire to wire. $81 different leaders in the classic. I'll save some of that for Knoxville later, but
save the good stuff for Knoxville.
I have to find something.
Yes, it finds it and then save it. Not the other way around. Hey, we appreciate these anglers we've had on camera today. Will and Emil done a great job of talking us through things, talking about their game plan, why certain things work, why certain things don't work here. It's been very, very informative. These guys are up against a big challenge here. I mean, it's not easy to put a lot of fish in the boat, but they are showing us all the tricks that they've got. The weigh-in, final reckoning for today begins at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. It's on Bassmaster.com. I hope you'll tune in for that. We will be ready to go first thing in the morning.
Look at that.
Excited to see who we'll have cameras with tomorrow and their approaches. We've got a lot of diversity here, and like I say, the anglers did a great job explaining to us what they were doing and why they were doing it.
Absolutely. Expect more of the same tomorrow, and maybe we'll expand our number and types of approaches as we get further into the week. The more the better, as far as we're concerned. Got some good tight competition. One good fish can carry you a long way. It can change your whole outlook. Where you stand vis-a-vis the cut line. The first line coming up, first cut line is after tomorrow. Oh, got to be in the top 50. We got some critters on the move, as well as anglers.
Not what you want to see at your starting spot.
Not really, no. There's some prolific fish eaters right there. There's no doubt about that. Coverage begins tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com and Roku for the first couple of hours of coverage. It will be back in the afternoon as well. And thank you for joining us. Second stop of the year, the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. This is the Lippert Elite from Lake Martin, day 2. We'll see you in the morning.
It ain't over till it's over.